academia, civil society organization, development partners, and environmental practitioners to deliberate on one of the most pressing issues of our time, environmental sustainability. This gathering reflects our collective commitment to safeguarding the environment while advancing economic growth and social development. Ladies and gentlemen, environmental sustainability is no longer a choice. It is an imperative. It is an imperative. Across the world, countries are grappling with the effect of climate change, pollution, biodiversity loss, land degradation, waste management challenges, and increasing pressure on natural resources. Ghana is not immune to these challenges. Rising temperature, extreme weather events, flooding, pollution of water bodies, deforestation, and unsustainable consumption pattern continue to threaten our environment, livelihoods, and long-term development aspirations. The Environmental Protection Authority remains committed to ensuring that development in Ghana is pursued in a manner that protects the environment and secure the well-being of present and future generations. Under the Environmental Protection Act 2025, Act 1124, the Environmental Protection Authority has been empowered to enhance regulatory and enforcement mechanisms to strengthen environmental governance and improve compliance across all sectors of the economy. In recent years, the EPA has intensified environmental compliance monitoring and enforcement activities nationwide. Through regular inspection, audits, and compliance assessments, the authority continues to ensure that industries, healthcare facilities, hospitality establishments, fuel service stations, mining operations, manufacturing facilities, construction projects, and other regulated entities comply with environmental standards and permit conditions. The authority also embarked on a major digital transformation initiative through the implementation of integrated permit management system. This online platform has significantly improved the efficiency, transparency, accessibility, and accountability of environmental permits service across the country. The system has streamlined permit application processes, reduced turnaround times, enhanced record management, and improved service delivery to stakeholders. In the era of climate action, the EPA continues to support Ghana's implementation of its national determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. The authority is promoting climate resilient, low carbon development, ecosystem restoration, sustainable land management, and carbon market readiness initiative aimed at positioning Ghana as a leader in climate responsive development. The EPA also continues to strengthen environmental monitoring and pollution control measures through the regulation of air quality, effluent discharge, hazardous chemical, electronic waste, healthcare waste, and other environmental sensitive activities. Through the environmental impact assessment process, public education campaign, stakeholder engagement, and strategic partnership, the authority is fostering a culture of environmental responsibility and sustainable resource management. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the emerging environmental concerns confronting Ghana today is the increasing generation of plastic waste, particularly from single-use plastic and expanded polystyrene food containers, commonly referred to as styrofoam. These materials contribute significantly to littering, blockage of drainage systems, flooding, marine pollution, and environmental degradation. In response to these challenges, the government, through the Environmental Protection Authority and other key stakeholders, has taken a bold policy decision to phase out the use of styrofoam food packaging material. According to the accordingly, the production, importation, distribution, sales, and use of styrofoam food containers will be prohibited effective 1st January 2027. This intervention forms part of a broader national strategy to reduce plastic pollution, improve sanitation, protect aquatic ecosystem, and encourage the adoption of environmental friendly and sustainable packaging alternatives. We believe that the success of this initiative will require the support and cooperation of manufacturers, importers, businesses, consumers, local authority, and the general public. The transition to sustainable alternative is not merely an environmental necessity, but also an opportunity for innovative green entrepreneurship and job creation. Ladies and gentlemen, protecting the environment is a shared responsibility. Government can provide policies and regulatory framework, but lasting environmental sustainability can only be achieved when businesses adopt responsible practices, communities embrace environmental stewardship, and individuals make conscious choices that protect our natural resources. As we engage in discussion throughout this summit, I encourage all participants to focus on practical solutions, strategic partnership, innovation, and investment that will advance Ghana's environmental sustainability agenda. Together, we can build a greener, cleaner, healthier, and more resilient future for our nation. The Environmental Protection Authority remains committed to working collaboratively with all stakeholders to ensure that environmental protection remains the heartbeat of Ghana's developmental agenda. On behalf of the Chief Executive Officer, Professor Nanama Brown Kuche, I wish us all fruitful deliberation and a successful summit. Thank you for your attention. God bless you all. God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you. My name is, sorry for not introducing myself properly. My name is Hope Ahiabu Kotoka. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take our next remarks from Ms. Juvila. She is the Group Head, Business Development and Strategic at Jospon Group of Companies. Please let's welcome her with a round of applause. Please let's keep clapping.
Good morning. Sorry for the little mix-up from the beginning. I'm representing the Chief Marketing Officer here, and I'm giving the opening remarks for the Jospon Group of Companies. So, distinguished guests, speakers, partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. I bring you warm greetings on behalf of the Chief Marketing Officer of the Jospon Group, and it's my privilege to deliver this opening remark at this year's Environment and Sustainability Summit. I have to tell you, it took me 5 minutes to put this together because of ChatGPT. So that's how you can get things done quickly. All right. So as a proud sponsor of this event, the Just One Group remains committed to advancing sustainable solutions that promote environment sustainability, stewardship, social well-being, and economic growth. That is what Just One stands for. Our mission is improving the lives of people, and we stand by that. This year's theme, inspired by nature for climate change, is both timely and compelling. It reminds us that nature provides some of the most effective and sustainable solutions. And this we can tell from the practical example that Just One has been doing by converting waste to compost as nature, and that is what we promote. And it also means that it provides sustainable solutions to climate challenges confronting our world today. By learning from this and working with nature, we can build a resilient community or resilient communities and create a healthy planet for future generations. At Just One, we believe that sustainability is best achieved through the triple bottom line, which is the planet, the profit, and the people. We always say we are not an NGO, we're a private entity or a private sector, so we believe in profit. But we also believe in people. That's why our mission is improving the lives of people. We believe also in the planet. That is why we work within the confines of the planet. 60 or 70% of what Just One is about is to help solve the problems in climate change or sustainability, which is whether it's waste collection, processing, transfer, or landfills management. That is what we stand for. And so as we engage in today's discussion, may we be inspired to move beyond dialogue and embrace innovative actions and partnership that drives meaningful climate action and sustainable progress. We'd like to commend the organizers, BFC, we've been with you for so many years, and for this important initiative. And we thank all participants for your dedication to create a warm, sustainable future. Let's move from paper to projects and to practical solutions. We wish you all, on behalf of Just One, I wish you all a productive and impactful summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, we can do better. Thank you very much. We will now take a presentation from Goldfields Ghana Limited. And to do that for us, it's an environmental and principal specialist in the person of Dr. Jones Manti. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause. Please, he's still coming. Let's keep clapping for him.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me see if I can. No, there's nothing here, so I have to descend. Right. So, look, it's a privilege and honor standing before you this morning to share with you our sustainability outcomes, some of the outcomes when it comes to environment. I think, like she mentioned, if you look at the triple leg of sustainability, talk about societal one, economic one, and environmental one. So this morning is about the environmental one. And I was moved by what Dr. Akwe, touched on earlier. I could see how passionate, he was towards environment. And I'm sure most of us here are aware that one of the very important elements of the environment is human beings. If you look at the definition given by ISO 14001 clause 3, it gives one of the best definitions on environment, what environment is. And it mentions that human beings are very key. And for Goldfields, we very much align ourselves with this important theme that we are considering this morning. But the environment is so dear to us that our policies, our values, our purpose, and our vision statement very much hinges on environmental management and sustainability. It's so dear to us. And then the environment is where we obtain the ore. Where we obtain the ore that we mine. We've been in Ghana for almost 30 years, and I'm sure most of you are aware of Gophos, if not the largest surface mining company in Ghana and in Africa. I don't think there is anything beyond that. And so let me just go straight. So basically, I will touch briefly on Gophos, who we are. I will share a couple of videos for you to, see, to deepen understanding, and then give you a snapshot of our environmental sustainability performance, and also a couple of clips on nature positive, closure, and other environmental aspects. And then if there are a few questions, we can take them. Environmental sustainability is such a big subject. It's a huge subject. You can't even exhaust it in a day. Okay, even if I should just take one leg, closure, to take maybe like a whole year, I'll keep talking about it. Biodiversity, climate change, circularity, water stewardship, all these things. So today is just going to be a highlight of, event. So let me just go straight to Gophos, and I'll share this video for those of you who have not been to Gophos to see how the mining activities go. All right, thank you very much. So like it did mention, you always try to create value beyond mining. That's what we are. And as a mine, if you look at our environmental policy statement and what we stand for, we always strive to achieve continual improvement in environmental management. We always strive to make sure that we exceed or go beyond compliance and then protect the environment and prevent pollution. Now, just to add a bit of bite to the video you saw, this is Gophos for you. A bit of history on my extreme right. We started operation in 1993. That was when we formally signed an agreement with the government of Ghana and took over. So it's almost 30 years now and over 30 years now since we signed that. We started as a small business, and all the way you could see where we sit at the moment in terms of the ore and in the production. I mean, massive improvement over the years. You can look at our strategic position, workforce, huge numbers, production, about 500 kilo ounces of gold per year, which is massive. And then, like I mentioned, our vision is to be the global leader in sustainable gold mining. So you could see sustainability resonates very much with us. I mean, it sits in almost everything that we do. If we cannot mine safely, we will not mine. And that applies also to the environment. That is one thing that our mantra, if we can't mine safely, we will not mine. So we make sure that, if it's going to destroy the environment, extreme one, we make sure, we prevent that. The other thing that is worth mentioning is that, see, the mining business, and as most of you are aware, there's always a trade-off. Okay, always a trade-off. We strive to make sure that we achieve no net loss or net gain as our this. So this is just a quick one on that. Okay, good. So this is also to highlight. let me say, state of the environment in Gophos, Takwa Mine. All these years, what have we achieved from the sustainability side? And it's massive. If you talk about biodiversity and nature, I'll be showing some videos for you to have a look at. There's a lot of commitment from us when it comes to biodiversity and nature. Like I mentioned, nature-based solutions holds about 37% of all climate mitigation actions. 37%. Just think about that. So Gophos, we don't play with nature at all. In fact, you will be seeing some videos. One of the best. We invite the Ghana Wildlife Society into the mine. We invite the regulators, and you could see that. I mean, it was wonderful. When it comes to rehabilitation, so much effort to that. I think Mr. Akwe mentioned about reforestation, rehabilitation, afforestation. There's a lot going on in that space as well. On mine closure, currently we have about $107 million committed as our bond to make sure that all liabilities are addressed and it's still counting. And the EPA can attest that we have that agreement signed with them on that. So that money is available for rehabilitation, massive commitment on that. When it comes to water stewardship, we make sure that there is zero discharge activities or principles applied. We don't discharge any contaminated water into the environment. In fact, our key goal is to make sure that we recycle a lot of water. So if you look at the percentage, about 94% of all our water is from recycled water. We limit the intake of fresh water from the environment to make sure that we recycle. The tailings water is all the time recycled for operational issues, so that we limit that. And that is also one thing that you can also see. Climate change, we are big on climate change. We have massive commitment towards that, about 30% target to reduce Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, and also 10% Scope 3 emission target as a business. It goes on and on, all the way to social transition. You can't talk about environment without talking about social transition. Okay, like I mentioned, human beings are very key to the environment. So when it comes to community relations and social issues, we are up there, okay, through our Gophos Foundation. So this is just a snapshot of some of the ongoing performances from Gophos Takwa Mine. Right. Before we play the video, I must mention that if you want to talk about sustainability, when it comes to environmental sustainability, one of the very important indicators is a thriving ecosystem or a thriving wildlife community. In fact, when you see, if you want to mention that, or want to make a case that Accra or Ghana is a very wonderful place in terms of environmental management, look out for animals. In fact, where there are animals, it tells you that the environment is up there. When you see animals thriving, living well, when you go to outside world, you see animals, squirrels, and all that, it tells you something. I mean, the air is clean, there's less pollution, less chemicals, and all that. So in Gophos, a thriving wildlife community is one of our key biological indicators of success. And I just want to walk you through something that we did recently to see whether indeed, after all these years, we still have animals living in our community. And if you look at where Gophos is, Takwa Mine is, we are surrounded by 10 massive communities. It's just like we are sandwiched, okay? I call it urban mining. Mining with neither like urban center, which is very rare. Sometimes you go to Australia and you see the mining communities are far away, remote area, but in Takwa, we sit with mining communities. So how are you able to protect these animals from not going there? Okay, so let's look at what some of the animals that we have there. Some of these animals are really rare. Some of them are endangered. Okay. So for you to have these animals within a mining environment, it tells you that it tells a lot. This is not forestry. This is within our active operational, environment. It tells you there is food availability. It tells you there's limited pollution. Otherwise, they would have drank bad waters and died. People mention cyanide. It tells you everything is really, really well managed. Look at that civet. These are mongoose, kusimas. Just look at them. The West African dwarf crocodile, which is an endangered species, really rare in Ghana. You have one here. All right. So, like I did mention, we did some studies recently, and that was where we picked all these massive animals. When it comes to the flora aspect of it, the plants, massive numbers were observed. Some of them are rare and endangered species, but we are protecting them. We have our team in place to make sure that the community encroachment and other are limited. We are always cultivating most of them in our rehab program. So this is also just a snapshot on floral species, especially those of conservation relevance in the country. We have more of them there. All right. When it comes to biodiversity and nature, I think I've touched a lot on that. There is a lot going on in terms of land that has been disturbed, land that has been rehabilitated. To date, the number of trees, almost about 1 million trees being planted to date, which is great. And what else can I add? Look, when it comes to biodiversity and nature, our policies, our actions, everything, we don't believe in theories and also just mouth talk. We want to make sure that we walk the talk all the time, okay? So in terms of budgetary commitments, teamwork, labor force, everything is important to make sure that we achieve our target. This is on mine closure, brief one, and then I'll bring my talk to an end. So you could see the lush vegetation, kept. We make sure that we only disturbed areas that are critical for mining. So if an area is not too key to the operation, we preserve it. Okay, so when you come to the mine, you could see all the natural vegetations and then also the trees that have been added to the disturbed areas that have been rehabilitated. Everything is very much intact. This is where you find the animals, and we have a massive nursery where we raise a lot of seedlings to support our rehabilitation programs. And these are all demonstrations that crops that we plant on our tailings facilities. We have rubber, we use the community. So it's more like a collaborative effort with when it comes to environmental management. We use our catchment community members in most of the work that we do. When it comes to waste management as well, align very well with the secularity principles. Right. So just a couple of slides and I'm done with my share. So this is, you could see at the point we had to rescue a python. So you could see a python, it had, swallowed some animal and was struggling. So we had to, get a team. We have a team in place who does all those capture and relocation to make sure that we limit. You see, we try to make sure that we limit impact. You can never take away impact. You have to limit. That's why I mentioned by saying that it's always a trade-off. Okay, so that is that. You could see the dwarf crocodile that I also mentioned, where we need to capture, we capture and then we relocate them to a safe area. This is showing a massive rehabilitation that was done on a decommissioned tailings facility. In fact, if you go there today, they tell you this is a decommissioned tailings facility. You wouldn't believe it. Okay. And this is myself, unfortunately I don't have a pointer. This is myself standing here. So this was it's a demonstration. When we restore the areas, once the mining department says that this area is no more fit for mining, we quickly do the restoration. And then this was a typical one. When we restore to a point where the nutrient level is building up in the soil, we do a lot of trials, we do tests, and then we do demonstrate to see if indeed this land can support plant life and the crops. And then, it's been proven that, it's wonderful. Beyond this, we test the crops before we eat. We test them. We know there's nothing, but some people want to be very sure, so we do a lot of testing year on year to make sure that everything's fine. Water stewardship, like I mentioned earlier, there is massive effort from our side when it comes to water stewardship to increase water reuse and recycling, and then to limit the intake of fresh water for our operation. That is one thing that we stand for. We do a lot of monitoring, month on month, day on day, week on week, and then report to our regulators on monthly basis. This is on climate change. Like I did mention, we have a 30% target to reduce emissions of Scope 1 and Scope 2 by a certain year, which you can see on the screen. And we are trending very well. You can see we are really trending very well, because there's also massive commitment towards that. Yes, so by way of conclusion, what I would say that the journey since 1993 has been a great one for environmental management, and it's all because of the commitment that GoForce has towards the environment. Okay, when it comes to environmental excellence, we come to the systems. We have a wonderful system in place. We align ourselves very much, and we are certified to the ISO 14001. Not just that, ISO 50001. That is the energy management system. We are certified. Look, almost all the best standard out there, we pursue it like something, because within our policy, it is one of our key commitments to make sure that we do all that. So ICMC for standard code, we are certified. Almost everything, just name it, we are out there. When it comes to circular economy, waste management, we try to make sure that we achieve not less than 80% landfill diversion rate, which means that you try to divert as much as you can from landfill. And when we did the assessment, we are really up there, and we are pushing very hard to even achieve all that. In terms of closure, we have an integrated mine closure plan in place. It's a legal requirement, so we have that in place. We make sure that we update it from time to time. We are aligned with the ICMM's requirements. We are committed to excellence in biofiscal and social transition when it comes to closure. And then, like I mentioned earlier, we have a bond. Currently, our mine closure liability stands about $107 million. And by the law, we're supposed to get bonded by that. So we have that commitment also made between ourselves and the EPA, so that in case Goldfields runs away, in quotes, that money can always be used for restoration and reclamation, but which, I mean, it's not going to happen. In terms of biodiversity, I think I've touched on that. We align very much with the climate resilience and nature-based solutions, and then we have initiatives in place to achieve our reduction in terms of Scope 1 and Scope 2, and then we protect species of conservation relevance, biodiversity as well, like I mentioned, and also the standard that we balance. So basically, all in all, I would say it is always a work in progress. And I would say it's always striving to achieve continual improvement, not continuous improvement. Because there will always be a step back, you learn from it, and you keep moving. That's continual, not continuous. So thank you very much for this opportunity to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mante. Please, we have just been joined by Dr. Edith Dankwa. She is the board chair of Business and Financial Times. Please, let's welcome her with a clap. Thank you very much for joining us. Our next presenter is an investigative journalist whose work has brought critical environmental issues to national attention. Through impactful storytelling and investigative reporting, he has consistently championed environmental awareness and accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Erastus Donko. Please, let's keep clapping. He's coming.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Madam Board Chair and the CEO of BFT, Dr. The name just slipped my mind. Old age. Well, I'm glad to be here, and after listening to Goldfields, I realized that this should be the ultimate. That's the standard. That's what we are all looking at. But unfortunately, I'm always sad to bear the bad news, but that's what I've been monitoring. So I'll share the other side of what he presented to you, and then going into the summit, we'll all find out how we can influence policy to do it better. So I will take you through my experiences on the field and then tell you the nature of illegal mining across the country as we see it today. So I'll look at the interventions. All this is going on not because successive governments have done nothing about it. They've been doing something about it. And then we'll look at the scale of the negative impact, water pollution, forest and land degradation, the health impacts, new threats that we are seeing on the ground, and then the impact on women and children, the role of journalists, and look at some possible solutions. So galamsey is prevalent in Ghana and is visible across the country now. If you're traveling across the country, you see the state of our rivers and streams. It should tell you that something is not right. Thousands of individuals and communities are engaged in it. Now, we say gold is now shoring up our city. And so many young people are going into it. Communities are now buying into the idea of gold as a livelihood. And so, yes, it's contributing to our economy as well, but it also has its economic cost as well. Over 60% of our water bodies are polluted due to illegal mining. Countless communities have lost their sources of drinking water. Over 430,000 hectares of closed forests have been degraded so far. There have been some interventions. From 2017, successive governments have tried. We have established Inter-Ministerial Committee on Illegal Mining. We have come up with a ban in 2017 on all forms of small-scale mining. We enforced the ban with Galam Stop Task Force. We set up Operation Vanguard, Operation Halt 1, Operation Halt 2, and now we are having the National Anti-Illegal Mining Secretariat, NIMOS, set up in 2025. There have been a lot of stakeholder engagements, education, conferences, and all that. But the big question is, why have various interventions failed? Greed. Greed. We know that if we follow the law and we do what is right, definitely we can do it, but the profit margins will be small because you have to do certain things. You know what Goldfields is doing? It comes with money. And people don't want to go into that. The economic value of gold over sustainability. And I say that we are now overlooking other forms of making money in Ghana. Even timber. We are now cutting down trees and destroying the forest permanently because we are valuing gold over other things. Political influence. Now it's about MPP and NDC, who destroy the land, on a large scale. Whenever you mention Galamsey, people are talking about MPP, NDC. Now their followers are the ones who are always taking over and doing Galamsey. It used to be the MPP. Now the NDC took over. Now supporters of NDC are also on the ground doing Galamsey. And they have big guns who are protecting them. So the political influence is also worsening the situation. Lack of proper enforcement and regulation, and it ties into the political influence. There is the issue of let my people do it. Yemre naso. Yabayamba. Mayenzu nibi. So, on the ground, if you arrest people, you have party executives who will come in and beg. Now, chiefs are also involved. Then we have the influx of foreigners. And I always say that all these fine things that Goldfields are doing, why is it that the Chinese nationals who come into mine do not follow such practices? Why is the, the Chinese name associated with environmental destruction? Why can't we have better examples of Chinese doing proper sustainable mining like other nationals are doing? The bribery and corruption in that sector is huge. The lack of political will in fighting lapses in the sector, and there is a complex restrictive licensing regime. At the small-scale sector, you have to go through a lot. Sometimes it takes years to be able to get a license. And there is one person who signs the final license, which is the lands minister. And it's a political appointment. So if your face looks like the other party, it's possible you stay in line for a very long time. Let me start with deforestation and land degradation. That is me standing there in the Draw River Forest Reserve, Jurabanso. And that is when somebody started with an excavator to destroy that beautiful forest. So somebody gets an excavator, just drives it into a forest and starts destroying. Forest reserves affected by illegal mining in Ghana, it used to be 44 out of 288 forest reserves. As at November 2025, it has risen to 50, and it keeps going. So if you look at this, this is the Forestry Commission's latest data on forests attacked by illegal miners. And they've graded them into red, orange, yellow, and green. The red means that there were armed people and that not even the Forestry Commission guards can even go into these areas. When we started 2025, we had 9 of the reds. Now we've been able to reduce it. We reduced it to 1 as of December 2025. Currently, we don't have any reds, but we still have some orange, indicating that, yes, there are miners coming in and going, but the Forestry Commission is able to fight them. And I say that that is one area that we've chalked some success in the forest reserves. We've been able to drive quite a lot of the armed bandits out And currently we have the dig and wash who are disturbing forest reserves. But it comes at a cost. This is the current state of the Apamprama Forest Reserve. I've been working on this forest for some time. It's dear to my heart. 50% of this is gone. It looks like this. These are pits, very deep pits, scattered on the ground, and that's what has been left. So that's a contrast as compared to what Goldfields is doing when they are able to reclaim the land. This one, it took quite a number of illegal miners who went in there, destroyed it bit by bit until we got to this stage. Ofin Shelter Belt, Tano Ofin, and Jimra, all in the Ashanti region, also look like this. And it's come under attack for some time now. That's the Tano Anya Forest Reserve. There's a place called Pantonso where we went to monitor the activities there. That is me under that huge tree. A lot of it looks like this. The famous Tano Nimre Forest Reserve. When illegal miners stepped into it in 2022, we started doing reports. We brought it under the radar. We tried to get the government to come in, but they will not come in. Subsequently, Akonta Mining went in. We went in there, flew drones, brought it to the government attention. Because it belonged to a regional chairman of a political party, they decided to pay deaf ears to it. And they kept on mining. Now, this is how part of it looks like now. But I must say that we've been able to, with our consistent reporting, we've been able to drive people out. And now we've saved quite a substantial part of that forest reserve. And that's a plus. And we've been able to also do consistently reports on who started the degradation. And I think that is in line that directors of Akonta Mining have been arrested and they are facing the court over this. And so it baffles me when you have party people storming a place and saying, why have you arrested our person because he's our chairman, he's above the law. No. This is what somebody has done to a major forest reserve, taking the money for himself. So this is stolen gold. And we, the taxpayers, we are going to pay for the reclamation of this forest reserve. So significant gains made against Galamsey in forest reserves. It started with the IGP setting up a task force. We were embedded in it. We monitored the reporting. And we were able to seize over 100 excavators from forests across Samreboy in the western region, Awin and its environs. Currently, they are parked at the Akonta mining premises in Samreboy. So this is a significant gain, and the forests are resting as we speak. Next slide. But we are not out of the woods. Mining in settlements is still a very big issue today. This is the scene inside Wasa Japa. And it's still happening. Inside the town itself. Next slide. So you could see the pits you just saw. That's some of the pits here. So this road is the Ayamfree Road to Wasa Krupong. And that's the town, Wasa Japa. So you see pits all along. The town itself is a mining specimen. We have done series of reports. We've done whatever we can as a media house. We've received a lot of threats from the people themselves. We've sent soldiers there. They told us in front of our cameras that they are doing illegal mining and they are going to continue to do it. Nobody has gone there to arrest anybody. It's still happening as you see it. It's still happening as we speak. Next slide, please. So this is how it looks like just by the roadside in Wasa Japa. A number of people who have mounted washing bays, doing pure illegal mining in the full glare of the public. Next slide. In Odumase, Ashanti region, That is the body of a pregnant woman scooped from the belly of the earth. This is not outside the town. This is within the town itself. What they do is that they dig beneath homes. So they've dug tunnels beneath homes. So many of the houses there are hanging by a thread. She went to toilet inside the compound house, and the entire toilet came down in the Galamsey pit. And they had to use an excavator to dig her up. So that's the body in the excavator that's being brought up. And still, people are digging beneath homes in Odumase as we speak. The economic impact is great, even to agriculture, to cocoa farms. And this is what they do. Some of the farmers willingly sell the cocoa farms. Some they are forced to. This particular one, Enyinamso number 1, the farmer said he doesn't want to sell his cocoa farm. The next day he came. They had used excavators to dig a trench around the farm. And the farm itself is flooded. So you see the cocoa trees on the other side toppling over. And so by force you have to sell it. Currently the EU is scrutinizing our cocoa beans because they believe that there could be traces of heavy metals. And that's where we are headed. Pollution of water bodies. A friend flew in Africa World and shot this picture of Ankobra polluting the sea for me. So that's the Ankobra, and you see how polluted it is. And this is a child swimming in it in Atribwanda. Next slide. So the turbidity values, as we have them, how polluted the rivers and streams are. This is the 2023 data from the Ghana Water Resources Commission. And the WHO standard for water, it should be 5 NTU. 5. Now we are seeing the brim registering 4,340 at Akimoda in 2023. The Ofin 1,440 back then. Butri 482 at Ewusiejo. Next slide. The PRA was 3,940. The Ankobra registered 8,500 NTU in 2023. Subtract 5. That's how polluted the river is. Now, the latest figures we have in 2025, April, you could see the Ofin registering 19,325. The Brim at Bunso is doing 20,000. Subtract 5. That's how polluted. So you see, we are constantly going up and getting more polluted. This picture was taken about a month ago on the Pra River intake point at Sachere-Himai, where the Ghana Water Company treatment plant is. And this is somebody who is so bold and is using a Shamfan machine to pollute the river at that point. This is the Pra River at Chifo Praso. You see the Shamfan machines sitting directly on it. When you stand on the bridge, the main bridge, you see them over there. This is the Dabwasi intake point on the Pra River. And this water is what that machine over there is pumping and treating for you in Takoradi and some parts of Cape Coast. Next slide. This is the Ofin River. And you see the number of Shamfan machines sitting on it, polluting it. Now the Ofin River has no life at all. Next slide. So we decided to test some samples. We fetched some samples and we took it to the Chief Laboratory in KNUST. We tested them for heavy metals to see what is in the polluted rivers we are seeing. Next slide. And we saw, high levels of chromium, lead, arsenic, and others in high levels. Sometimes when you calculate about 200% above the WHO standards. Now, this is something that we are seeing. It's a new threat we are seeing, cyanide. And I think Goldfields knows the danger posed by cyanide. And that is why you use cyanide in a very well-controlled manner. And currently, small-scale miners are not allowed to use cyanide. But they are using cyanide now in what we call sankofa. They are using it for leaching. They think that there is still some gold in the tailings coming from the illegal miners. And so they are buying the tailings and they are using lots of cyanide to do what they call leaching. Next slide. So this is how it looks like, those gallons full of cyanide. And then they dig ponds like this one. They use the cyanide. So if you see the embankment over there, clearly when it rains, this is going to go down. And all the poisonous things will go into the community. In some parts of Ewusiejo, Atrebuanda, and Elubo, we found some women using aluminum sulfate to mix with the polluted water to settle it, and then they pour the clean part, use it for food, until we started educating them, going around through our documentary, Poison for Gold. Now they stopped using it. Next slide. This is the Butre River at Ewusiejo, and some of them still use it to wash utensils and others. The health impacts, as we know, is frightening. Heavy metal poisoning. Many women and children are drowning in abandoned pits. And we see it every day. We report on them every day. Food contamination, poisoning of water sources, increasing the risk of disease. There is a cancer risk. And recently, the Pediatric Society of Ghana is saying that children who are exposed to galamsey are likely to get acute kidney diseases. And so this is real. The impact on education is real at the local level. You see the Atatem DA Basic School. That's the school in there, surrounded by illegal mining. When the children close from school, they go into the pits to also do what they call kuli to get the small gold to sell. Climate implications, we are seeing them already. Flooding, heat conditions in the communities. These days, the farmers are not getting water to plant crops. Many farms are just close to the riverside, but many farmers are carrying water miles into the farmlands to water them because you cannot use the polluted river for anything. So we are seeing the signs on the ground already. I'm recommending a solution, political will. When we leave it to the politicians, they will never get the political will. So we need critical voices. We need voices to push government to act. Unfortunately, people are getting silent. We need the critical voices to rise, to talk about it, and to demand accountability. We should retool, equip agencies like Forestry Commission, the EPA, the Minerals Commission to work. Currently, they are working below par when it comes to regulation and monitoring purposes. We should give NIMOS the resources, logistics, the free hand to work and stop the political manipulation. And that has continued from the previous government till now. They set up the task force and then they micromanage the soldiers. Go here, don't go there. This one belongs to us, don't go there, don't go there. So we keep moving around in circles. We should hold MMDCs account for environmental crimes at the local level. Currently, we are not holding the DC's account. And if you realize, recently, they were charging champagne machines. 3,000 cedis per champagne machine to pollute the water bodies so they can get money. Excavators, they charged them 10,000. When we brought the expose, the government said, well, going forward, they will not do it again. No sanctions, nothing. We should hold them accountable. They are the district heads of security councils. They control the police at the local level, and they should be made to account. The NCC should stand up to its role in education. I wonder where they are. This is the time we need the NCC to run skits on TV to educate people in the local languages on the effects of illegal mining. The Ghana Police Service should make nature crimes a priority, not to be going around and taking monies from the illegal miners. That's what they are doing now. Gold boards should move towards traceability, and that's the future. Yes, we are getting the gold. It's good gold board was set up so that the Indians will not be buying and smuggling the gold. Yes, it's a very good decision, but we should move beyond just being comfortable and buying any gold that comes into our hand and be able to say that we are not buying your gold because it's coming from an unsustainable mining venture. That's the future of it. We should depoliticize nature crimes. So when you're talking about Galamsey, don't put it into NPP, NDC circles. Then the media should hold government accountable to its promises of dealing with Galamsey. We are seeing NIMOS arrest a number of Chinese nationals and Ghanaians. 0 prosecutions. So the Attorney General should sit up and tell us what he's doing with all those arrests. Next slide. The role of journalists is clear. We need more critical reporting in the sector, and it should not be restricted to a few media houses. We should take up the role of reporting on the environment clearly. Next slide, please. We need more CSOs on board. Institutions like Rotary Club and the others should also join. Involvement of academia in quality research to inform discussions. Public education of NCC, I've mentioned that. Associations like GMA should make their voices heard. What they see in the consulting rooms should not be left to them alone. They should publish it for the entire public to know. The EPA Minerals Commission should go beyond the talk. We should stop building beautiful mansions and move to the hinterlands and improve monitoring in the sector. Government should have the political will. Political parties must call their members to order. Next slide. And we need to resurrect the nation's passion for the fight against Galamsey, because this is our only space on the blue planet. When you go outside, you make money, you still come back here to build something. This is where our families are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. Before we start with the first plenary, we will take a 5-minute break to stretch and alongside network with other people here. So we'll take a 5-minute break and to use the washrooms to stretch a bit and then come back for the first plenary session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, one of the biggest challenges in sustainability is financing. Good intentions alone cannot solve climate challenges. We need investment, innovative financing, structures, and strategic partnerships capable of mobilizing resources for climate adaptation, mitigation, and green development. This brings us to our first plenary session, themed Financing Sustainability, Unlocking Green Investments and Climate Finance. To moderate this important conversation, please help me welcome Mr. Ebenezer Chike Njoku. He is a senior business journalist with the Business and Financial Times. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, that's not surprising. The responses were a bit subdued. After Erastus's presentation, I can understand a bit of the gloom that we are feeling. But cheer up. This session would at least provide solutions to the issues we have seen. Now, I overheard someone say that their least favorite part of speeches read at events is the portion about how the timing of the event is very appropriate, or the theme could not have come at a more opportune time. It's an overbeaten cliche. However, I can assure you that the timing of this event, the timing of this particular conversation, and the theme could not have been more appropriate. A week ago, Accra was submerged. Parts of Accra were submerged at least. The week before that, and sadly, we are perhaps 30 minutes of consistent rain from another episode. And so we would not deny the realities before us. Nevertheless, we must immediately go to the solutions. And as my colleague said, this morning we'll be considering the issue of financing sustainability. And to do that, I have a very, very, very distinguished set of colleagues who'll be joining me in no particular order. First and foremost is Mrs. Pearl Iswa-Mensah, who has over 2 decades of senior leadership experience across banking, finance, corporate management, with a strong track record in enterprise growth and institutional transformation. She previously served as Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation from 2019 to 2025. Earlier roles include being the Group CEO of Media General and the founder and CEO of Phoenix Limited. Please, a round of applause as she proceeds. I trust she doesn't want me to go on and on, but I'll probably just conclude that her governance experience includes serving on the Ashesi University board from 2013 to 2018, as a board chair from 2018 to 2021. She's also a founding executive council member of the Executive Women Network, focused on advancing women's leadership and professional development. She's a fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA, holds an MBA in finance from the Manchester Business School and a BSc in Business Administration from the University of Ghana. She has been recognized with several awards, including the Finance Personality of the Year at the 2014 National Women in Finance. And that is just the brief profile. So again, a round of applause for her. Okay, so next up is Dr. Glenn Kwabnajima, who is the General Manager of the Jospon Green Transition Office, the sustainability arm of the Jospon Group. A round of applause for him as he comes up. He's a waste management specialist. He's previously served as quality assurance manager at the Kumasi Integrated Recycling and Compost Plant. He has led Jospon's integration into Ghana's National Carbon Registry, covering composition, land gas recovery, and clean cooking projects. He's represented the group at COP30 in November 2025. He champions purpose-driven sustainability leadership, arguing that every ton of carbon mitigated must carry a measurable social story. So friends, a round of applause for him once more. Up next is Priscilla Ashiam, who serves as head of public sector at Access Bank Ghana, with over nearly 2 decades of banking experience spanning customer service, corporate banking. A round of applause for her as she comes. Multi-channel operations sustainability. She previously held ESG and sustainable development leadership roles at Societe Generale Ghana, where she also headed business development and marketing. She holds an MBA in oil and gas management from Coventry University. So friends, again, another round of applause for her. And then finally, Dr. Michael Adene, who's a senior lecturer at the Department of Land Management at the School of Built Environment at the University of Energy and Natural Resources. A A round of applause for him. He holds a BSc in Development Planning from the KNUST, an MPhil in Human Rights and Democratization in Africa from the University of Pretoria in South Africa, and a Doctor of Philosophy in Environment and Natural Resource Law from Wuhan, China. He has researched, published, consulted widely on climate change, human rights, and sustainability issues at the international, regional, and national level. So friends, once more, a round of applause for our panelists. Okay, so before we get into the thick of things, before we get into the financing and the instruments, over the past couple of years, there hasn't been a shortage of programs, a shortage of interventions, a shortage of disbursements and alleged disbursements. However, there appears to be a gap. For instance, there was the Garrett project, initial 200 million disbursed, an additional $150 million. So on the surface, there appears some things are happening, but then how then do we explain to the people who, when it rained, they couldn't get to their homes, or those who were in their homes had to stand on their kitchen cabinets, those who have lost their livelihoods, and sadly, in some cases, lives? How do we explain this disparity between the numbers that we hear going towards these interventions and the reality of the people on the ground? And so, who bailed the cat? Dr. Adeni, we'll go with you.
Thank you so much for the question. So I'll outline 3 reasons why Accra and other parts of the country still experience flooding and other extreme weather events despite the various interventions. And the first is that financing is largely directed at infrastructural procurement rather than building community resilience. Climate change impacts are broad, it affects all of us, but it's also very personal. It affects us disproportionately based on one's access to resources, their level of awareness, and the resources available to them at the household level. So far, the various interventions have focused more on infrastructure procurement, where it is top-down, not driven by community aspirations and their experiences. And we need to start coming out with targeted solutions whereby the government engage people to know how climate change affects them. And the solutions they recommend, it shouldn't be top-down. And the second issue is that land use planning remains disconnected from flood risk mapping. As a land use planner myself, the problem we face is largely political. There's no political will. So we have various laws, including the Land Use and Spatial Planning Act and the recently adopted Environmental Protection Act. They have very powerful instruments that we can use to regulate how we develop our built environment, but they are not enforced. And the third issue is procurement bottlenecks, contractor default, and weak technical supervision means that funded works really proceed at the pace, the speed with which climate vulnerability expose our communities to extreme climate events. So the lesson is not that money is insufficient, but it's that finance without institutional capacity, technical support, and community involvement will not deliver the durable solutions that we need to ensure our communities are resilient to climate impact. And resilience, to conclude, resilience is very important. Adaptation is basically making sure we are able to adjust to this impact. But resilience looks at how we are able to bounce back after the various events, like after flooding. How quick are household institutions able to bounce back to normal daily activities? Thank you.
Okay, so if I get you correct, finance is a big issue. That's the purpose of our conversation this morning. And yet finance is not even our biggest problem. Any other interventions? Okay.
Hello. Yes, I think that just to buttress his point that the money is being spent. So the garage is not necessarily a failed project. It's in progress, right? But one of the things that makes it look even worse than it is that we don't have an objective way, or there's no way of actually mapping out what has been done. So we know about Garrett, we see the floods come, and we don't have any information on what has actually been done, what work has been done. A lot of money, I think, is also being spent on mitigation rather than the adaptation. And unfortunately, it has to go hand in hand. Mitigation is a long-term issue. Adaptation is the real, issues that we face on a day-to-day basis. So whereas it will take ages for some big drain to be put in a community to ensure that water flows in a way that there will be no flooding, the flooding is happening because that work is not complete. And the people who are suffering are still in the same boat, and there is very little money going towards the actual adaptation. So we've kind of, you build the architecture for a program, but we haven't built maybe the pipes or the plumbing to make sure that the money or the interventions flow to where they really need to flow for us to see the impact.
Thank you very much. So from the get-go, we are seeing that accountability is coming up as a key theme. Any other intervention before we get into it?
Just to also add to what my colleagues have already said, I would also take it from the point that if you look at the current infrastructure, they were built quite some years ago, and they did not take into consideration the situation that we have now. The climate resilience integration was not part. Even coming up with a garage, you realize that it is not just coming with the garage situation. It is not basically coming in as a new system, but you realize that the various systems that are there are the same that the garage is building on. And so there is, what I see, that there's already an inherent kind of challenge with the infrastructure. That is one thing that I can say here. The other thing that I may also want to touch on is when I look at the flooding situation, I see three main activities that are possibly something that we need to look out for. The very first one, the situation of the climate change, which is inevitable. Now, when you talk about the climate, it is intensifying the rainfalls. And for that matter, if our infrastructure that are prevailing are not ready for it, eventually it would expose us. And that is one of the critical things. The other thing too is we're looking at the governance within the entire ecosystem. If the governance are not prioritizing activities that better could help us reduce our risks onto the climate situation, and that means that it's likely we would continue to face such situation. The last thing is about what all of them have made mention of, the issue of financing. And it actually is the multiplier. If we have the needed financing to put in place the right governance structure, it would help us at least reduce the impact of the climate, even though the climate situation may keep on changing erratically. But then, because we have the systems in place and the appropriate financing to help with mitigating it, the impact would substantially reduce. So I see that it's three main components that are driving it. However, the critical thing we need to look out for is how is our current infrastructure, the integrity of the infrastructure. If they are not integrous enough, then no matter interventions that we bring along, they will not be able to withstand the challenge that is likely to face in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've seen accountability come up, we've seen priorities come up, and we've seen infrastructure. Priscilla, would you want to?
Yes, so I will just sum it up. I think, yes, climate change is impacting the level of or the weight of rainfall. Of course, there's more rainfall, there's less predictability. Financing or the lack thereof is impacting our interventions. But I would like to speak to our human behavior and some of the root causes. I think the doctor who gave the opening remarks said something. He said, we are part of the environment, and the environment permits us to exist. I mean, if you look at the broader conversation, sustainability is us, using our resources to be able to live in this current environment without impairing the future generations' ability to exist in the environment with what we leave behind for them. I would ask this question: what is valuable to us as a people? I mean, who gives the permits for buildings to be put up, on waterways? How do we have indiscriminate dumping? Why are drainage systems not being maintained? After financing goes into all this infrastructure, why is it not being maintained? My colleagues have spoken about financing and all of that, and I believe governance is one of the issues. Leadership is cause, and everything else is effect. Leaders will have to make unpopular decisions before disasters occur, rather than sympathetic speeches after one. I think we all remember June 3rd, 2015, one of the darkest days in our lives as Ghanaians. Over 150 lives were lost, and the issue still persists. And this issue has existed for more than 6 decades. So we really have to look at ourselves as a people. What do we value most? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, in conversations around climate-related themes, we can get lost in the sea of jargons. One that comes up very often is nationally determined contributions, NDCs, not the one Erastus mentioned. So, for those who do not know what NDCs are, we hear of conditional and conditional elements. What exactly are NDCs? Perhaps, Dr. Adeni, you might begin for us.
Thank you. So, under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, initially the concept of INDC, internally nationally determined contributions. But then after the adoption of the Paris Agreement, we moved for nationally determined contributions. And when we talk about a nationally determined contribution, or NDC, it's the formal commitment each country submits to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Secretariat in Bonn. Under the Paris Agreement, it details what that country will want to do to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to climate change. Ghana first submitted its NDC in 2015 and revised it later in 2021. In 2015, Ghana committed to 31 mitigation and adaptation actions. But the revision in 2021 expanded it to 47 programs of action across 19 policy areas. So the unconditional component refers to actions that Ghana will implement using its own resources or domestic resources, regardless of external support through international climate finance, through private resources externally, development partners, and the rest. And then the conditional commitment also talks about what Ghana will do in terms of its enhanced ambition in case we are able to attract international climate finance. So currently, the conditional target covers some additional 25 programs capable of reducing about 39 megatons of carbon equivalent. But this is only if we are able to get a finance of at least 5.4 billion. But my issue is, since the adoption of these NDCs, we have various fiscal policies that we adopt every year in terms of our budget. If we green our budget, we should be able to mobilize domestic resources to implement all the various unconditional programs of action, because climate change affects all sectors of our economy. So it is not enough to every year adopt various fiscal policies without letting us know how you are using them to address the various impacts of climate change in our critical sectors like agriculture, energy, housing, infrastructure. Because now, when you talk about road is adaptation, irrigation is adaptation, building sea level rise, sea defense walls, levees, or coastal restoration project to ensure our coastal areas are safe. They are all adaptation measures. And adaptation is local. It is not international or top-down from the UNFCCC level. So the question is, how do we green our budget in order to implement our unconditional commitment under the NDCs? Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, there are many who hold that we do not even spend enough. Our budgets are a bit too small. So talking of trimming our budgets, I don't know. I would love to hear what the response from people at the Ministry of Finance would be. But according to the updated NDC document, we're supposed to spend something between 9.3 billion to 15 billion between 2020 and 2030. So we are beyond the midway point. How well are we doing? And Pearl, would you want to give us some color?
Yes, we are the midway point. But I think one of the first challenges or failures is a public tracking system. It's a governance system. Because we make a lot of promises, we put on a lot of rules, but nobody holds anybody accountable. And one of the ways in which people are held accountable is the reporting. But we can't tell you how much has been mobilized because there's nothing to track unless we go to the ministry or the government to ask. We have laws. We have the EPA Act, the 1124, that gives the EPA all kinds of powers to do what it needs to do. We have the unconditional targets that we have said that we have to fund ourselves. We're not seeing where the funding is coming from, how much has been mobilized, what it has been used for. And so we can't track it, and we can't, it's difficult then to get other institutions interested, to back whatever is being done. And as we said, we've done half the decade. We only have another half to go. Where do we go from here? Where are we at? Are we starting? Are we halfway, quarter way? What are the real challenges that we face towards meeting these unconditional targets? I think I've probably asked you more questions than you asked me.
Indeed. But again, accountability is coming up. A lot of opacity in how things are done. The question is, who should be responsible for this? I think that's something we have to get to the bottom of. But now let's move on briefly. And before we get again into the financial instruments, like Madam Pell quite rightly mentioned, the EPA Act. Sorry? Or you want to say something? Okay.
Us to also look at the conditional targets as well. Because we are talking about the non-conditional, that is the domestically mobilized funds to fight or maybe to be able to achieve our target. But the conditional one too is also there. And looking at the policy, the government is trusting that the private actors will come on board to be able to embark on projects that would inure in mitigating those targets as well. So I think that dimension too should be quite interesting for us to look at. Because if you look at the the non-conditional target. The amount, as part of this, there's also quite a sizable amount needed to be able to mitigate the 24 million tons of CO2 equivalent. So that 24 million tons of CO2 equivalent, the private sector, to me, I see as an opportunity for growth. Why am I saying so? I'm saying so because the projects that are outlined under the 5 various sectors that could adhere to achieving this target are being done by various players in the sector, that's the private sector. So why don't we come to alignment? So in this case, my main point is that it is important for the private sector to align with the NDCs. Aligning with the NDCs in that case would give you a leverage in trying to unlock some capital in developing those projects that could help even in creating jobs, building the economy, and at the same time helping us meet our conditional target as well. Again, it's also fits in the sustainability reporting requirement as well. So the conditional target, to me, I see it as an opportunity for businesses to step in, get into some of the projects, and then have some partnership with both local and international players so that that's become a pathway in developing a much more sustainable project that will last. And then within that project too, mind you, it would also ensure that it has climate resilience integrated in it, which would, in a long term, would help us fight against all the challenges that we are talking about today. Thank you.
All right, Doc.
Thank you so much, Doc. So, looking critically at our NDCs, you realize that the government involvement or direction is minimal. I've worked with a couple of African countries in developing the NDCs. I've not worked with Ghana, but I know the countries I work with, the funding came from UNDP, and they give you the priorities. So if you look at some of the NDCs, including us, you see that adaptation, that is very critical to us, as have not been prioritized. The priority is on mitigation, but Africa, we have 55 countries recognized by the African Union and 54 recognized by the UN, and our collective emission is 3.7. As against EU, around 13. China alone, 26% of global emissions. US is 19.6. So you realize that even if our development partners or international climate finance is drawing us to mitigation instead of looking at adaptation, issues of flooding, drought, wildfires, and sea level rise and the rest, at the end of the day, even if we achieve our NDCs, we will still continue to face extreme climate events and our vulnerability will still be worsened. So what I advise is that government should look at our capabilities, our technical competence, and use that to develop our NDCs, especially the unconditional target, and tie it to our budget. So if you are investing in agriculture, you prioritize climate smart agricultural interventions. So drip irrigation, or one village, one dam, or even one district, one factory, or big push, or feed Ghana, all these are climate interventions. We should green the budget so that we will not sit somewhere and expect saviors to come and save us. If all of Africa, we stop emitting today, 3.7 will not make any impact as compared to China's 26% global emissions. And mind you, EU is going to carbon peak in 2036. China is going to carbon peak in 2045. Those are political talk. Because they will not reduce their emissions. They are saying they will continue to increase their emissions up to 2035. So why are we focusing on us reducing our emissions when half of Africans do not have access to electricity? But all these NDCs do not reflect our local realities. They reflect external realities because their preparation is being funded externally with minimal local impact. So I go back to my first submission. Garrett and the rest, when we were conceiving the project design and their implementation, did we consult the ordinary people at Adabraka, at Achimota, those people who face flood day in and day out? Did we consult them? So we got about 350 million. Still, this Odona River is still as it is, but the money has been spent. These are the issues we have to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, you can do better. Okay, so flowing from that and something Madam Pell said, how robust is our framework, our legal and policy framework in addressing these issues?
Thank you. So in terms of legal framework, Ghana is now doing well. I mean, Ghana is the shining star of Africa. We are doing very well. Until 2025, some of us were talking that we needed a Climate Change Act, but that was addressed through the Environmental Protection Act that was adopted in January 2025. So the Environmental Protection Act of 2025 represents the most significant restructuring of Ghana's environmental governance framework in 3 decades, that is since 1994. And it has dedicated a whole section or part on climate change. And this establishes the legislative foundation that did not previously exist. You talk about green bonds, carbon credits, adaptation funds, and subnational mechanisms. All this require legal certainty to function. Investors want environment that are predictable, where their investment can be protected. Creditors need to know that the rules governing environmental performance are enforceable, not merely aspirational, so that when there is a change in government, there is change of direction. But the 2025 Act improved that certainty in 2 ways. It gives the Environmental Protection Authority a strengthened statutory mandate to enforce climate-related conditions on permitted activities and create a clearer legal basis for Environmental Protection Authority to interact with Securities and Exchange Commission on environmental disclosure requirement for listed entities. This is the connective tissue between environmental regulation and capital market that was previously absent. The gaps, however, are significant. The Act is still nascent, it's still new. The Act does not yet operationalize the mandatory climate risk disclosure framework for financial institutions. Banks and investment funds operating in Ghana are not legally required to report on the climate-related financial risk embedded in their portfolios. Without that, the pricing of green versus non-green capital cannot function efficiently. We can review the South African experience. South Africa has been experimenting this. The Act also does not establish an independent climate finance accountability body with audit powers over public climate expenditure. For example, Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, even though sometimes in classrooms we say that we have removed the innovation because you don't see it in their work. They coordinate the NDC process and the EPA. I see a lot of their staff here. They coordinate and oversee the implementation, but neither has statutory authority to compel other ministries to report on climate-related budget expenditure. That accountability gap must be closed if the financing architecture is to command the credibility it needs to attract capital. So you realize that under the previous CDMs, the clean development mechanisms, Africa pushed for it. By the end of the day, about 36% of the project went to China. About 9% went to Mexico and Brazil. And all these countries are richer than Africa. Brazil as a country is richer than Africa, a continent. But at the end of the day, because we had not established and strengthened our designated national authorities and adopted the relevant regulatory frameworks, we could not attract the funds. Morocco, South Africa, Kenya, and few other African countries attracted significant projects, but Ghana did not. Only few, because mostly our issues and our requests are based on emotions instead of putting our institutions in order. We talk Africa is the most vulnerable continent, Ghana is the most vulnerable continent, but are the institutions strengthened? Do we have the relevant regulatory frameworks? Are there disclosures? how do firms report? Are they greenwashing? Are they misinforming? Are they disinforming us? When you look at their corporate report, they say, oh, we are doing a lot. We are protecting the environment. But at the end of the day, is it true? How do we verify that? All this should be legislated and properly enforced by EPA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right.
Just to add to what he said, I also can see that the aspect of a clearer operational framework that comes in as a handbook, and it guides all actors within the space to be able to leverage on the regulatory framework that has just been enacted, the Act 2025. It's very critical. We currently have a lot of actors in the space, but as to the needed guidance, the needed policies, the needed framework that would hold their hands to embark on activities that would eventually inure to the benefit of the country, we don't have it. And so we have the first layer fantastically laid, but the subsequent layer in terms of a clearer operational document, we don't have. The other thing too that I can also say in terms of the way forward is for us to have a much more stronger capacity preparation in expectation of developing, unlock the needed investment so that it can bring in the needed benefits to the country. The third and the last point that I want to add to what you said is also with regard to institutional kind of coordination. We have the climate space, we have this wonderful act, but you realize that the climate finance is highly connected with a lot of ministerial sectors. You're talking about climate activities hugely connected to the Ministry of Finance. You're talking about all the other sectors. How are they coordinated? How are they connected in terms of a proper structure, very intentional about flow and everything, just so we'll be able to harness the benefit of this regulatory framework that we have. In fact, it's one of the best so far in terms of looking at moving away from the climate action into a legal obligation is one of the best. And I hope that we'll be able to come out with the needed layers that would help drive this particular legislation, and then by so doing, we'll be able to achieve what we intended it for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have proper legislation. There's money somewhere, but our house is not in order. Is that fair enough? Okay, so speaking of money, we're now firmly in the money court. And I'm sure you can tell those who hold the money. Isn't it obvious who holds the money here? Okay, so I'll begin very fairly and squarely with Priscilla. Now, financial institutions across the continent, across the globe, and especially banks, like to talk and go on and on and on about their green finance commitments. We've been inundated with so many things, and that's good. Okay, but we know that green finance is usually long-term. Sometimes revenue is uncertain. Banks have a fiduciary responsibility to depositors and sometimes shareholders. And so capital from banks is usually short to medium term. So should we even be looking to banks to fund green projects? And so Priscilla, I'll begin with you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you should. You should be looking at banks. I mean, we play a critical role. We don't have all the answers to the issues, but we are pivotal in bringing it all together. I mean, if you heard what my colleagues were speaking about, it has to do with scale. You know, the projects are being done, but being done in little pockets. You look at capacity. So yes, we can do smart agriculture, we can do renewable energy, we can do resilient buildings, but do people have the capacity? And this is where banks come in, because we test the bankability of projects. Our funding is short term. So if you're going to depend on banks solely to fund climate and green and all of that, there's going to be an initial mismatch right there. I mean, you give us our deposits, And you give your deposits for maximum 1 year. 90-day T-bill, 90-day FD, 1 year, and all of that. So our monies are short-term in terms of the pool of funds with which we operate. And to do climate financing or green funding properly, we need long-term financing. There's also a level of unpredictability when it comes to entering into this niche market or this novel market. Some of the risk has not been tested, has not been assessed, have not been proven, and you wouldn't want me to use the positive funds to do that. But what we do is we can act, and we do act as aggregators. So we stand in as a catalyst that brings in, that pulls funding from sources. So a World Bank wants to do a project, and AFDB or UNDP brings in funding. They will not give it to the market directly. They will pass it on to the banks, who will do the due diligence, who also have some level of data in terms of the number of players who are into green, who are doing solar. So, for instance, I've received a lot of requests of institutions who are getting into charging units, e-vehicles. From where I sit, I see the broader picture. I know where and when there is likely to be a glut. I know how many people want to do these EV charging systems, where they want to place them. I can test the market and see what competition is looking like and if what they are bringing together will work or not. Because by being a bank, I get access to some of these information. So we act as arrangers. We act as, sometimes we bridge the gap as well. We give the early funding, the short-term funding that is needed before the long-term funding can come at the back end. And of course, as banks, it's high time we go into bond issuance. And I'm sure we'll get to that conversation. So yes, banks can answer all the questions, but we have a broader perspective with which we see all the projects at different levels. We can also act as advisory, because then we can talk about scaling. You know, we can't access the big global fund that is available if we don't scale. The small ticket transactions cannot qualify for these green funds and all of that. So banks come in to put together a bigger portfolio. We build a solid pipeline that can assess some of these green funding. So banks do play a role when it comes to the climate green funding conversation. Yeah.
Okay. Madam Pell, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, but in addition to what you're going to say, do we define segments appropriately such that we are able to match them? Are we able to tell that these ones would need financing from these institutions, and do we do that properly?
I just want to pick up from where Priscilla started. So banks, yes, the banks can fund these projects, but then as she said, the kind of funding that's available for projects is funding for huge projects. We live in a country that is powered by SMEs and small businesses. We at GCIC, we've worked with so far almost 300 and almost close to 400 businesses who are doing amazing things in green businesses, but they cannot access funds from banks. And I don't blame the banks, because the risk, it is a risk that their balance sheets cannot take. So what is needed is some kind of another instrument to help support the risk in the early stages of these green businesses. You'll be amazed at the kind of innovation, the ideas, some of these NDCs that we're talking about. We have young people, people from different parts of Ghana doing all kinds of things that are green businesses. But once they go out of our incubation and whatever grant money is available, and they operate for a while, what they need is the money to scale up. And not necessarily a lot of money, but it just doesn't fit into the structures that are available in most of the financial institutions that we have. If we had some kind of government guarantee system, You know, the EPA, the new law, actually gives the government, requires the government to create a mitigating fund, right? Now that fund can then be used to guarantee facilities for the SMEs. The banks, so it's not money going out, but then the banks can then be able to put some of these on their books, because when they put risky business on their books, it costs them. There's a capital, you know, that has to be put aside for that. So the funding structure is probably more incomplete than not being there. So we have part of it. We need another part to buttress what we have so that we can grow these SMEs. How many companies can we have who are going to put up huge solar energy plants that would have the kind of funding that you'll get, right? But then if we can grow these industries, businesses, bit by bit, scale them up, you know, different levels, and have the funding available to take them up, I think we can start to build the kind of industries that we want to see, the kind of industries that will help us meet all these targets and commitments that we have given out. The funding is just not there. It is there in various ways, but it doesn't speak to the actual condition on the ground. And one of the things that I want to, you know, make known here, that this thing about green business and stuff, it is not a government thing. Green business should be an everyday thing for all of us. Green living should be an everyday thing so anything, any kind of, and it's good money. So any kind of business that moves towards that should be good business. And sometimes when we talk about, you know, the laws, we talk about government interventions, we talk about development partners, we kind of leave ourselves out of the equation. And it seems like it's something that somebody has to do. But, I mean, we work with, you know, entrepreneurs who have taken that responsibility and are doing things, climate responsive things. We talk about climate smart agriculture, water, waste management, and all of this. And they've got amazing things, but there's no money to move them to a higher, you know, growth phase. And so they either stay small or they fizzle out, or they get bored and go and do something else that will make them more money.
And just to come at the back of what Pearl just ended, I mean, let me say this. Every business has the opportunity to transition. I mean, consumer appetite is changing. Today, people prefer paper bags to rubber bags because of education, information. ICE cars are changing to e-cars. Traditional buildings, we are looking at EDGE-certified buildings. Traditional agriculture, you're looking at smart agriculture. Even waste management. So today, waste is being segregated, green, blue, black, because of a circular economy. When it comes to sanitation, even it comes to our toilet flushing system, there's smart flushing, flush 1, flush 2, there's bio for the waste from the toilet. So every business can transition, and you have to start from somewhere. And for us as a bank at Access Bank, we know that if we don't transition along our clients, there will be no clients to finance in future. So we actually journey with our clients in terms of this transition. We show you the opportunities and what you could do differently so that the sustainability or this whole climate green thing does not catch up with you. You just don't sit there and it happens to you. You are part of the movement and you are transitioning your business. You're seeing areas where you can diversify because eventually there's going to be cheaper source of funding somehow. And any organization that incorporates green, that incorporates sustainability, that is having some transitioning is going to be beneficiaries of these kind of funding and these kind of support. So that's just to put that out there. Thank you.
Yeah, Doc, before you come in, I told you who controlled the money, right? It was obvious. But friends, I'm sure you'd agree that this is perhaps one of the most important conversations you've had this year. Not everyone is in this room, but we are streaming live on the BMFC's social media platforms, on YouTube, on Facebook. So endeavor to share with those who are not here to be part of the conversation. Okay, Doc.
Listening to my two colleagues, it looks to me as if SMEs are very vital to us as a nation achieving our target.
Yeah, and we'll come
And
to
so,
SMEs.
if it is truly so, why the disconnect? I'm saying this because I also think if looking at the 2030 target or the 2030 deadline, and we've all agreed that the SMEs are contributors, they are key contributors in this space, why don't we do what we are not supposed to do to help, so that basically by so doing, we'll scale up? Now, I'm saying this because, you see, the gap here is simply because the banks are being regulated. They are being regulated, and the regulators possibly are not allowing them to go beyond certain boundaries. Even if they should allow them, maybe they are not also doing it. But the point is, if the regulators lead this discussion by saying, for example, all facilities issued this year, 10% must be green, 5% must be climate, we can. I was at a certain platform, and
It's private money.
I'm coming. I'm coming. You see, some countries have done it. Some countries have done it, and they've been able to make progress in terms of reporting on their NDCs.
But wouldn't that be
Because,
over-regulation?
yes. So my point is, in a case where we realize that that sector contributes a lot and it matters to us in achieving our target, then I think there must be a will in trying to ensure that they are well-resourced, or maybe they have access to funding, just so they'll be able to achieve it. Because at the end of the day, what are we looking for?
That's why I was talking about the risk sharing, because I'm sure my banking colleague here can say more on that. But you cannot overregulate private money. Private money has, there are rules, right? But then at the end of the day, they have to make their returns. And so there's a level of risk that they are prepared to take. When you looking at these new businesses coming up, the risk level is high. And also the kind of support that they need to grow is not necessarily economically viable for the banks. So if the banks are going to be made to spend a certain part of their capital on these businesses, then there has to be something mitigating that risk for them. I'm speaking for you, my sister.
You have, Pearl. So let me just say this. We are not necessarily shunning away from supporting SMEs. Let me say that. But when we talk about ESG, the G in ESG is governance. And most of these small businesses don't have that governance structure. They do things, for lack of a better word, anyhow. There's no succession plan. So if you give your monies to such businesses, there's no guaranteeing that it would return. So you see, there are interventions to bring some of these SME businesses to bankability. And then the S, which is social, is where some banks, including my good bank, actually, we support capacity building. So we have capacity building programs where we invite SMEs in specific activities to come for training. We train them on how to do their businesses, to understand why registering with GRA is not a punishment. Trying to do some bookkeeping is not a punishment. There's traceability. Everybody wants traceability. More than returns is traceability. And coming from, after COP30, you realize that the issue is not about, is the funding available? But the thing is scaling and traceability. People want to be able to see and transparency, see what the money is being used for. And eventually, if they need to back out, is there an exit? That is so important. Traceability is better than high returns. And that's what we look out for as banks. So once we can make the SME business bankable, we are ready to put your money to give to them to work. Because mind you, these monies are not our monies like bank monies. It's your money. It's their money. They will come back to withdraw, and we must be able to give it back. What regulator can do is to incentivize banks on how to balance their portfolio, and some of these incentives exist. I mean, if DBG is offering some funding and it's cheaper in terms of the rate, DBG wants to see my book. How much of my money goes to certain business activities? At the back of that, I can access that pool of fund, which is relatively cheaper than going to the market, where people are giving me their monies at 8, at 10, or whatever. If I'm getting money at 3, at 2, yes, I'll make sure I do things that qualify me to access those cheap sources of funding. So the regulator can incentivize us, but it cannot be punitive, because like Pearl said, it's actually private money. And so stakeholders demand their returns. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, very interesting conversation. So, in addition to the incentive-based risk-sharing system, I think we have to address the elephant in the room, which is government. When we were young, we used to think we can develop without government. It's not possible. There's a need for partnership where the government leads and creates a conducive environment for the private sector to play their role. But in this conversation, I've been working with young people, including those operating micro enterprises, small and medium-scale enterprises in Ghana. And I can say that we have innovative people. We have a lot of various youth groups in our innovation ecosystem. We have University of Ghana Innovation Hub, we have GCIC, we have Kumasi Hive, we have One Hive, and we have brilliant ideas. We are in the era of transition, so what the government has to do is to provide the capital. The government can partner with our commercial banks, even non-financial institutions, and provide a fund. We are talking about creating 1 million green jobs. How can you create that without money? Money answers all things. This is settled in the Bible. Okay, so the government provides the funds, come out with a criteria that if a financial institution is satisfied, then they are given a percentage to support our SMEs. And the issue I realize here, I've studied here in Ghana, I've lived in US, I spent 3 years in China, and I see that here, we don't think government's money is our money, but the government's money is our money. So at the end of the day, it's the government's duty to create jobs for people. Galamsey and all these people boils down to the fact that we have over 1 million people who are unemployed. So the government should create that fund and help SMEs, strengthen them, equip them so that they can also create powerful income-based opportunities for others. Because I always make jokes that you want to address Galamsey, but you're teaching people how to rear grass cutter and snail, mushroom farms, when people are seeing money. So these conversations is what we need to have, that the government create a fund and equip the SMEs, because at the end of the day, the government will say people will take the money and not use it for what it is needed. It's because they are not trained. It's because the funds are not tracked. But at the end of the day, this is the question. If the people even, they lose the money, isn't the money theirs? When Joe Biden became president of US, he wiped out a lot of student debtors. Because the money is theirs. But when they fail, they learn. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and sometimes you learn. And it's something, the government, they keep failing us. They always keep failing us, but they tell us they do better. So for me, the government have to play the leadership role, provide the money, make sure the private banks, they use the money for its intended purpose. There's accountability, there's tracking. So we see we are making progress.
Okay, so Dr. Adani, how do you propose that this fund is funded?
See, the government, they know what they are supposed to do. Ask the question, you see, they know, you see, these are the hard conversations we need to have at the national level. The ministers you invited, how many of them came? The government officials, how many of them came? If it was in South Africa, they will be there. If it's in China, they will be there. Next week, I will be in South Africa. I can take pictures and show you the ministers who will be there. Yeah, because over there, you see, the citizens are empowered. It's a constitutional republic like ours. If the people are hungry, they go to court for their right to food. If they can't pay fees, they go to court, because at the end of the day, it is the government's responsibility to make sure they enjoy their right to education, their right to food, right to health. But here, it's different ball game, even though it's a constitutional republic. When they should be here to learn freely, they won't. Yes. Elsewhere, they chase, because these are the solutions they need, but they won't. But we have to find ways to take it to them.
Okay, we'll amplify that and see how it goes. But then again, if we fail, then what stops us from failing?
We learn through failing.
We learn through. No, I mean, if people could just go get money.
If you give, some people take loan and not pay. Mm-hmm. Now, we have a way, D&D and the rest, where you blacklist them. So they can't go back. So if a micro enterprise or SME goes for such a loan and they are not able to repay, they are not able to access it in future, you blacklist them. Now we have Ghana Card and others, so you can't run away from your footprint. There are solutions, but like I said, if you give a Ghanaian citizen with a vision, you are able to help them to ideate it, into a bankable project, or turn it into a business solution. You give them 100,000, and at the end of the day, they are not able to even use it for it. The money is there. The experience they have gotten, them, becomes beneficial to them. And the government, knowing that some failed, also get experience to upgrade the policy so that they target those who are serious, because we need growth poles. We need diffusers. There will be few people who succeed and create jobs. Americans are not happy with Elon Musk. Why? Because he became rich at the expense of the American taxpayer. When he started, you can read about how he started. He started from government grants. But when he started making profit, he went fully privatized. But at the end of the day, he is a trillionaire, and that money resides in the US. And US is the most heavily indebted country. But the country is owing its citizens, so it's not a big deal. So let's create opportunities for people to thrive, and they will create further opportunities. And that is how we can develop.
I mean, I beg to differ. You've had a very passionate session, but no.
Yes, you are from the banking sector.
The first C in credit is character. Is there no Maslock? There's Maslock, where monies are given out under government programs.
It's politicized.
I don't want to get into the nuances of it, but the rationale behind Maslock is to fund ideation and all of that. This idea that we can give money to people and yes, some will fail, and so we should plan that yes, some will fail. No. When you bring your business idea, think it through properly. Ensure that you have mitigated all the loose ends. If it was your money, would you give it to that person without asking all the right questions? No, you wouldn't. And you see, this character of borrowing, not to hold brief for government, because I'm not particularly excited about their own payment behavior. When you issue contracts out and the contract is timed and you've not paid the time you say you'll pay, when the contractor came for the money from the bank, all these have repercussions. And it is what we excuse. It is what we allow. It is what we say is okay. That becomes normal. And that comes back to the flood issues we have. Oh, give the permits. Oh, he needs to stay in the house. So, I mean, let's just put it here in Yeshe. And today we have the issues we have. So no, we have to be disciplined.
Yes. So
we have to be disciplined. Money is sweat. And if we throw money out there, there'll be inflation. Money, yes, people do cut money. But if you treat money anyhow, money will become valueless. So money, yes, money is equated to your blood, your sweat. It must be tightly regulated. And when money is being given out to people, it must be given to people who can prove themselves worth of those monies and can ensure that those monies will return. I think Pearl did mention that there are guarantees and all of that. Yes, we don't announce those guarantees, but we do give some subventions where we know that there will be some defaults here and there. But we don't tell you we know you default. Or no, we don't. We let you know we expect the money back. That financial discipline is necessary to even govern a nation from a macro perspective. Yeah.
Okay. So we've spoken about banks. We've spoken about, there's been a proposed guarantee system, a fund. What about the capital markets? Because we know that a couple of months ago, almost 2 years ago, the SEC, the GSE came out with green bond guidelines. Months on, not a single bond has been listed. We know that steps are being taken. Different institutions are working on different things. But it shouldn't be a matter of concern that for a segment that is very hot, even globally, we haven't seen much activity on the capital markets, which would then provide many of the things we've spoken about. It will provide the scrutiny, it will provide long-term capital. Madam Pell.
Thank you. For me, I think, first of all, I see it as a pipeline problem. Okay. Because the regulatory issues are there. We have the SEC guidelines, we have EPA Act, carbon registry, we have the NDC framework, and these are all credible frameworks in place. But for these green bonds to be put on the market, for them to be viable, they need a good pipeline. And in Ghana, we are missing that good pipeline. Because as I said, we have small businesses. They are not the kind of businesses that the green bonds are looking for, right? We need businesses that can scale to a certain level. They've been able to prove, I mean, for that level of funding, we're not talking, 100,000, 200,000. But we need businesses that can prove, right, that they will be sustainable. We need them to have the correct records, the transparency. They have to be bankable. I didn't want to use that phrase, but they have to be bankable. And they have to be verified. They have to, their revenue projections have to be quite accurately forecasted and all of that. Without that, you can't have green bonds. And I think that it is still a new area, and I know that a number of the banks and other institutions are working towards raising some on the stock exchange. And with institutions like us, we have, because we've worked with businesses and we know quite a bit about green businesses, we can also support with structure, with monitoring and evaluation, to ensure that, when a business says it's green, and there are projections and the framework, even the projects that they are putting in place are viable. And I think, for me, I think that really it's a project pipeline problem. We also have investor confidence. Unfortunately, with what happened in 2022, investors are not so eager to come into Ghana because they don't have the confidence that their monies will stay the same, over the period. The DDEP shook the confidence a little, but we can rebuild it. We can rebuild it with consistency. I mean, we've seen over the past couple of years, the kind of how inflation has gone, our interest rates, consistency with the treasury bills and all of that. So we build it slowly and get back to the point where we can attract big investments into Ghana for the likes of, green bonds. But I'm sure Madam Priscilla will be able to. Okay, so
we're actually just halfway through, and yet our time is up. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll direct a question at each of you, and then we'll just try to wrap it up real quick. So, to you, Dr. Jima, Ghana has authorized 5.2 million tons of CO2 for international trade under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. The Carbon Markets Office shows 402 million tons of potential credits in the national pipeline. For the Jospon Group, through its Green Transition Office, which you head, you're actively working with the UNDP on a carbon credit program with a potential value of $20 million US. So in concrete commercial terms, what does Ghana's carbon market position actually mean for the economy today? Who captures that value?
Thank you very much. Yes, with regard to the carbon market, it looks like I want to say this before I come to the question, because most of the time when we hear about the carbon market, we are talking about the carbon revenue, and truly it's part of it. But I believe the carbon market is to serve a much more a longer term than the immediate carbon revenue that we will be looking out for, because of the long-term impact that projects that are designed to fit into the carbon market will be able to deliver at the end of the day. And so, us being in the Just One group of companies, we've had opportunity in partnering with the United Nations Development Program on 2 projects. One is the waste to compost, and then the second one is the deployment of the alternative wet and drying system, that is a smart agriculture system. So with these 2 projects, what is in it for economy like Ghana are so many. The things that, well, maybe with the benefits to the countries are so many. Now, let's pick at the environmental impact. We're looking at where we are diverting organic material, which in other words could have decomposed on a landfill, emitting methane, going up there to create a trap for heat not to be able to escape, and therefore the environment is becoming hotter and hotter every day. We are diverting or we are reducing that impact. Then again, we're talking about the compost that is being turned into becoming a raw material for helping us to rejuvenate our soil. And by so doing, we have fertile lands for agricultural production. And again, there is something about the market that is known as the co-benefit. The co-benefit comes in handy where, as a result of a carbon market project, we are able to generate jobs across the country, because Just One is having such facilities across the 16 regions. And at each of these facilities, it gives employment to the locals and then also helps the people around those facilities to have an economic livelihood. And then again, we also help Ghana in staying to their climate commitment, because whatever mitigation activity that we embark on in the country, the outcome goes through the Ghana Carbon Registry, and to show Ghana's readiness and commitment to the climate action. And so then I also want to say that in partnering with the NDP, it has also helped us to have a large-scale project, which in part is what you made mention of, $20 million. It's not a joke, but it's because of partnership, and partnership under the Ghana Climate Action. And that, to me, is something that is worth noting, and should projects align itself to the Ghana NDCs and then the carbon market requirement, it will be able to also mitigate the climate, help create jobs, give us a better environment, and also generate some revenue at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. So we'll draw the curtains here, primarily on our session, and move to questions. So we'll take 3 questions. Please just indicate your name, designation, and please go straight forward to the questions.
Thank you for the opportunity. Please, my name is Kofi, and I'm currently schooling at the Indian School of Business and Technology, so I'm a student. My question is to Ms. Prisla Ishen, if I should get your name right. There was let me use the phrase banter about the avenue of funds to people to like use it in their businesses, or let me say projects they want to partake in. And my question is into that sector. So my question raised that, so when will we get to understand that the country we are in, I don't know how to call it, but is not giving the kind of education an individual has to have before even like going in for a fund. And two, the education that is being provided in the various schools too, it is quite, let me say, the cities have more upper hand than the lower areas, the pre-urban and the rural areas. So those areas, they are indirectly the drive of our economy, but we fail to address and avoid them to be like, yeah, I'll take it quick. So my question is to ask that, how can we, let me say, as the various corporate heads of these regions, like Accra, the hub for the whole country, how can we be able to give these opportunities to other people in these areas to understand? Because I know that Accra, each and every week, there is an event going on.
So
I'm
let's,
wrapping up.
wrap it up.
There is an event going on that is addressing and educating the young ones here. But with those areas, they are not educating. So the lesser people are going to, there will be less people who are even coming to get money.
Please, just wrap it up. It's, the question has been very long coming, so.
All right, so there will be smaller people who are going to get the funds to like make the projects work. And with that, it's going to fail us. That is my statement. So how can we address that?
Okay, so let's take one more question and just have both of them answered. I think there's a hand up here. There's a hand here.
Francis Fuskobia is my name. My question goes to Dr. Michael Adane. Please, we are talking about financing for SMEs and business people in Ghana. Investors are always saying that they have the money, but when you come to Ghana, technical preparation has been the challenge for the innovators and SMEs. How can we build a national pipeline that bring projects that are bankable? And if we don't have that, if in case you are advising SMEs in this room, what are some of the low-hanging fruit that without government or without the big development institution, we can, as SMEs, I mean the climate change and agriculture space, how can we on our own do something without the big bodies? Thank you.
Thank you. And
okay, so my name is Dolores. I'm from AJH Africa, makers of OFA. My question is to all of you. Before the plenary, we had a short documentary that was shown by the investigative journalist. And my question is based on Ghana battling the severe land degradation from illegal mining, and whilst also seeking climate resilient agricultural solution. How can climate finance mechanisms support locally developed innovations, such as my company that we do offer organic farming aid, that restores soil health, rehabilitates degraded lands, improve food security, and contribute to national climate goals? So how are we going to do that? What mechanism do we have as a nation on climate finance to support locally developed innovations?
okay, thank you. That's all we'll be able to take. So, Priscilla, you take the first one, Madam Pell the second, and Dr. Adani the third. So the second question. So no, Priscilla will begin.
Okay, thank you very much. If I got the young man well, I think he was asking that for persons in rural areas or people who are not in the urban centers in Accra, how do they get information and how do they get to access help and support and all of that? I think that's a laudable question. It's a big challenge. I believe the GES is doing its bit to make sure that education is synchronized across board. One of the presentations we watched, we saw a call on the NCCE in terms of information dissemination. Now, if we were asking about ideation and how you get support, let me say this, be ready to start from somewhere. Sometimes people just want to get up and start their own businesses. Have the time, everything you want to do is being done by someone already. Be ready to work, apprentice, come in as a worker, get the good experiences and all of that, and climb the ladder from there. Then you can get access to some funding to start your own business or whatever, instead of thinking immediately you should be given money to start your own venture without having been tried, without no experience and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Pell, the question on SMEs, but before you begin, just briefly tell us what you do at the GCIC, then Just tell us what you do at the GCIC and then respond to the question.
Yes, thank you. I was actually going to use that to respond to his question. So at GCIC, we incubate businesses with climate innovative businesses. What we do is, because we know that a business has to have certain structures, it has to be bankable, to be able to be sustained, and also to get funding to grow. We train business owners, innovators, how to set up proper businesses that will stand the test of some of these financing opportunities. So that we can take them to the likes of the banks and say that this is what they've learned. They will have their business plans, their records and stuff that would allow them to access some of the funding. We have so far incubated 383 businesses, and some of them are doing very well. There's some who are also doing well, but they cannot grow because they can't get the funding. Because sometimes green business is risky and it is expensive, so they are not as competitive as some of the other products on the market because they're greening. So these interventions help them to reduce their cost of operation so that they can compete with some of these products and other businesses. But I want to say to my colleague here and the banks that they are actually, and I know that we're not the only institution that does it, but we on our own have at least 380 institutions that have gone through the rigors of how to set up a good business, and we follow them, and we monitor, and we evaluate, and we go back to check. So we know, because it's important for us that when we give out these numbers, they can be verified. Now, for the gentleman who's talking about the rural areas, our businesses are all over the country. We have businesses from 16 regions in the country. We do roadshows. When we do the call for applications, we make sure that it goes to the rural areas. Sometimes we actually don't want to have so many businesses from Accra. We would rather have businesses from outside Accra. But some of these businesses outside Accra are not structured enough to even come through an incubation, early start incubation. So there is also some responsibility on innovators or business people in those areas to maybe seek the information that they need to be able to join some of these programs, or to also just figure out what is the minimum requirement so that they can, work on it and then be able to join these programs. So there is help. There's actually quite a lot of programs and grants for early start innovators in the green industry. So if you obviously it is not enough for everybody. So some people apply and not everybody will get it. We get hundreds of people apply for our programs, but sometimes you're taking only 20, 25. But these are continuous programs and they are funded. You're saying that when will we fund our own? But you have a start. They are funded by development agencies who want to give us a start so that we can then go to funds that will not tolerate the kind of risk that they are tolerating. So they give you the structure, they give you the skills to be able to attract the correct kind of funding for your growth. And as I said earlier, the funding for that middle gap is really not there. And that is something that we are all working towards, and something that we hope that things like the mitigation fund from the EPA can support, so that financial institutions like the banks can take risks on small, growing companies or businesses who want to do green businesses. So I think I've tried to answer, touch on the questions that came up.
Doc, 15 seconds. 15 seconds.
Thank you. So to answer my brother's question and to clarify my as academics, you're open to criticism. But see, my point is, basically, we have been engaging government, the regulators, the policymakers through a collaborative project. So my focus here is on the young innovators that we are training. We train them. Currently, MasterCard Foundation is providing $100 million. And every year we recruit young people, university graduates, those in universities, and we train them. And some of these young innovators are even serving as consultants to poultry farmers and others, including Domahin Crew, where they take them through green feed production and all those things. And they also train farmers how to get off-takers in Accra and Kumasi and other areas so that they get supplies for their eggs. But the issue is with funding. How do they upskill? They have mentors who are in industry, mentors who are university professors, and the rest. But at the end of the day, the banks, including some of the banks we are working with, Fidelity Bank, they are always afraid of risk. And my point is that there are best practices from developed countries where the government takes the bullet by providing funding, where these people go through training criteria, they are selected, and they are given the money. So now,
sorry, we'll have to come to you for the further details.
So we'll continue
Dr.
the
Jima,
conversation.
final words, 10 seconds, really. 10 seconds.
I have a message to the government.
You have a message to the government, so please,
So
real quick.
I'm using this opportunity to read out my message to the government. The government of Ghana, through the Ministry of Works and Housing, Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, and the National Development Planning Commission, I'm appealing to them that they should establish a national climate resilience and climate economic infrastructure facility by 2027, almost a year today. Why must they do that? The objective is to mobilize at least $500 million in blended financing, just so they'll be able to manage the issue of the flooding, the issue of waste management, recycling and composting, and urban resilient planning. This, to me, I think if the government is to put together a team to look at how relevant the sectors I've made mention of are to the economy, and we'll take it as a matter of urgency, and we'll come up with a team to look at setting such a facility, it will go a long way, and will not be sitting down every year, brooding upon the same problems without us not having a solution the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. That's all, folks. Time flies when you're talking about money. So that's been it for the first plenary. Apologies for going overboard with the time. We'll just...
Please, let's have a group picture. Okay. So right after the picture, we are taking a 10 minutes cocoa break. And because we are far behind time, we would love that once you pick up your refreshments, you resume your seat so that we continue with the next session. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for our panelists. Okay, so let's take 10 minutes for cocoa break. Pick up your refreshments and resume your seats so that we can proceed with the next agenda.
Successful holding company and a mission of improving the lives of people. The subsidiaries are categorized into 8 dynamic clusters to provide focused and efficient operations. Established in the year 1995, the Jospong Group of Companies has become a major source of innovation and sustainability across Africa. The group is dedicated to driving development across diverse sectors and has 60 subsidiaries with the vision of being the most successful holding company and a mission of improving the lives of people. The subsidiaries are categorized into 8 dynamic clusters to provide focused and efficient operations. The Environment and Sanitation Primary Cluster, the cornerstone of our operations. This cluster is vital for effective waste management and sanitation services across Africa. Leading this charge is Zoomlion Ghana Limited, the largest waste management company in West Africa. From public cleansing to waste collection and transportation, we prioritize maintaining clean, healthy public spaces and promoting sustainable living. Our waste collection services span residential and commercial sectors, employing cutting-edge technology and skilled personnel for efficient, eco-friendly operations. Emerging from this foundation is the Environment and Sanitation Processing Cluster. Key companies like Integrated Recycling and Compost Plant, IRECOP, Accra Compost and Recycling Plant, ACAP, Kumasi Compost and Recycling Plant, KCAP, engage in sorting waste into organic, plastic, and combustible materials. Sewerage Systems Ghana Limited treats and transforms wastewater into usable components. From these, we produce compost, recycled plastics, and alternative fuels, and enhancing resource efficiency. This cluster is also home to our unique medical waste facilities, which uses a microwave technology to process medical waste, safeguarding public health and safety. Others include Zoil Services, Dredge Masters, and Zoomlion Waste Transfer Stations. The Technical and Logistics Cluster encompasses businesses involved in manufacturing, automobile services such as sales and servicing of heavy-duty and light-duty vehicles, and logistical operations. It also supports sectors such as ports and logistics services. It further undertakes industrial and logistical activities, ensuring seamless service delivery across multiple sectors. Commercial and Allied Services Cluster is skilled in customer-facing operations, which includes multimedia and hospitality services. By providing a comprehensive suite of services, it enhances operational efficiency and supports the group's diverse business activities. In here, we have companies such as AH Hotel and Conference, with unique setting for any local and international meetings. KNUST Africa Institute of Sanitation and Waste Management, which is a capacity building initiative in collaboration with KNUST, as well as Appointed Time Printing Limited, leading in cutting-edge technology in printing services, including corrugated packaging initiatives. A media group, Ignite Media, which is made up of Metro TV, Original TV, and Original FM. The Financial Services Cluster provides a comprehensive range of financial solutions supporting the group's diverse financial needs. Key companies include Omnibisic Bank, Millennium Insurance for General Insurance, Cosmopolitan Health Insurance, Kimpton Trust for Pensions Trust, Union Capital for Venture Capital, and other investments and various digital payment platforms. This cluster offers financial stability and growth opportunities, underpinning the group's broad array of business activities. Information and Communications Technology Cluster focuses on 3 main areas: device assembly, software development and data science, fintech and cybersecurity. The group aims to become the business efficiency solutions provider in Ghana. Agriculture and Agribusiness Cluster focuses on reinforcing agricultural productivity and food security. Asian African Consult, AAC, the key player in this cluster, is predominantly involved in the cultivation of rice and other grains, alongside various other farming activities. By leveraging advanced agricultural techniques, this cluster collaborates with scientists from various institutions to enhance crop yields and quality, contributing significantly to food security in the region. The property and real estate cluster addresses the growing demand for housing and infrastructure, involved in developing innovative real estate projects that enhance living and working environments. This cluster ensures sustainable and resilient urban growth, meeting the needs of modern urbanization. International operations underscores our ambition to expand across Africa and beyond, with footprints in Asia and America, driving global partnerships and international business development. The Jospon Group of Companies is dedicated to driving sustainable development and innovation across Africa. As we continue to grow, we remain steadfast in our commitment to making a positive impact on society and the environment. Thank you for joining us on this journey of growth and innovation.
Jospon Group of Companies, fostering sustainable development through partnership.
Established in the year 1995, the Jospon Group of Companies has become a major source of innovation and sustainability across Africa. The group is dedicated to driving development across diverse sectors and has 60 subsidiaries with the vision of being the most successful holding company and a mission of improving the lives of people. The subsidiaries are categorized into 8 dynamic clusters to provide focused and efficient operations. The Environment and Sanitation Primary Cluster, the cornerstone of our operations. This cluster is vital for effective waste management and sanitation services across Africa. Leading this charge is Zoom Lion Ghana Limited, the largest waste management company in West Africa. From public cleansing to waste collection and transportation, we prioritize maintaining clean, healthy public spaces and promoting sustainable living. Our waste collection services span residential and commercial sectors, employing cutting-edge technology and skilled personnel for efficient, eco-friendly operations. Emerging from this foundation is the Environment and Sanitation Processing Cluster. Key companies like Integrated Recycling and Compost Plant, IRECOP, Accra Compost and Recycling Plant, ACAP, Kumasi Compost and Recycling Plant, KCAP, engage in sorting waste into organic, plastic, and combustible materials. Sewerage Systems Ghana Limited treats and transforms wastewater into usable components. From these, we produce compost, recycled plastics, and alternative fuels, and enhancing resource efficiency. This cluster is also home to our unique medical waste facilities, which uses a microwave technology to process medical waste, safeguarding public health and safety. Others include Zoil Services, Dredge Masters, and Zoom Lion Waste Transfer Stations. The Technical and Logistics Cluster encompasses businesses involved in manufacturing, automobile services such as sales and servicing of heavy-duty and light-duty vehicles, and logistical operations. It also supports sectors such as ports and logistics services. It further undertakes industrial and logistical activities, ensuring seamless service delivery across multiple sectors. Commercial and Allied Services Cluster is skilled in customer-facing operations, which includes multimedia and hospitality services. By providing a comprehensive suite of services, it enhances operational efficiency and supports the group's diverse business activities. In here, we have companies such as AH Hotel and Conference, with unique setting for any local and international meetings. KNUST Africa Institute of Sanitation and Waste Management, which is a capacity building initiative in collaboration with KNUST, as well as Appointed Time Printing Limited, leading in cutting-edge technology in printing services, including corrugated packaging initiatives. A media group, Ignite Media, which is made up of Metro TV, Original TV, and Original FM. The Financial Services Cluster provides a comprehensive range of financial solutions supporting the group's diverse financial needs. Key companies include Omnibisic Bank, Millennium Insurance for General Insurance, Cosmopolitan Health Insurance, Kimpton Trust for Pensions Trust, Union Capital for Venture Capital, and other investments and various digital payment platforms. This cluster offers financial stability and growth opportunities, underpinning the group's broad array of business activities. Information and Communications Technology Cluster focuses on three main areas: device assembly, software development and data science, fintech and cybersecurity. The group aims to become the business efficiency solutions provider in Ghana. Agriculture and Agribusiness Cluster focuses on reinforcing agricultural productivity and food security. Asian African Consult, AAC, the key player in this cluster, is predominantly involved in the cultivation of rice and other grains, alongside various other farming activities. By leveraging advanced agricultural techniques, this cluster collaborates with scientists from various institutions to enhance crop yields and quality, contributing significantly to food security in the region. The Property and Real Estate Cluster addresses the growing demand for housing and infrastructure, involved in developing innovative real estate projects that enhance living and working environments. This cluster ensures sustainable and resilient urban growth, meeting the needs of modern urbanization.
And sustainable development. Please, let's welcome her with a round of applause. Please, I know you are eating, but let's clap for her. She's coming.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Or is it still morning? So we should be going for lunch, not snack, right? Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. Okay, my slide is here. Before I make a presentation, I want to ask all of us, and please show by hand. I'm a teacher by profession, so what I'm going to do will be more of teaching. We all know that we celebrated the World Environment Day a few days ago. Now, show by hand, those of you who did something individually or with a group, just to give back to nature what we have taken. Show by hand, all those seated here enjoying snack in an environmental sustainability summit. Only 2 people, only 3. Okay, show by hand those of you who intend to do something after here. Because immediately after we celebrate the World Environment Day, 10 days, we celebrate Green Ghana or Tree for Life. Have we done something on that day too? Are you sure? Okay. So this summit picked its theme from the World Environment Day, the theme for this year's celebration, which is inspired by nature for climate and for our future. Your future and my future. Okay? Please, let's go to the slide. Move on. So let's look at the triple planetary crisis. We are into serious crisis, but there are three key things that are happening in this country or in this world, especially in Africa. Climate change is happening, okay? Temperature is rising. Our water bodies are rising because the ice is melting. When temperature rises, ice block will melt. Isn't that right? So it's making our water bodies rise. And those of us who live along the sea, that water is claiming the lands, and people are moving and moving, displacing people, okay? The next thing that is affecting us seriously is our biodiversity loss. Biodiversity loss. That word biodiversity sounds so sweet. It's like chocolate. Because biodiversity is something that makes you and I exist and live longer. My existence is dependent on another living thing on earth. And that living thing existence is dependent on me. So the diversity within the ecosystem helps you and I to survive. And we are losing it. So we have species that are getting extinct. These species that makes us survive are getting extinct, okay? Habitat is being destroyed and the ecosystem services. Because when I say my existence is dependent on some other living organism, we are losing it. So we don't serve each other. Something that will serve me is getting extinct. So we are losing it. The ecosystem services is getting extinct. And it's very serious. The third serious thing that is happening in this country or in this world is the pollution. We are polluting our environment and degrading our lands. We saw the presentations that took place this morning. Okay? The galamsey that is happening, our water bodies that is being polluted, our soils are being polluted with chemicals. Today is always very heartbreaking that unfortunately our youth are used to soft life. And I really get so sad when I hear elderly people saying that it's their time. If it's their time, then we should have been dead and gone. So long as we also exist on earth, it cannot be their time. We are there to help them understand what to do and what not to do. But we have also taken a back seat and then supporting their lackadaisical behavior and then funding it, adding fuel to it by saying that it is their time. So today's youth don't like doing anything. When you have a gardener who doesn't have a source of living and wants to use that as his living job, does the work in a very lazy way. When you have weeds in between your tiles, pavement tiles, before you say, Jack, the gardener has a knapsack sprayer and he's spraying condemn. But you can easily use a fork to remove this thing. Let me tell you, I did my BSc Agric in the Netherlands. And as part of the program, you are made to go and live with a farm family. So I lived with a family for a month to farm with them, live with them, eat and do everything that they do. Now, this is a huge farm. They export. Yet they have excess land somewhere that has been captured by some difficult weed, they don't spray condemn. What they do is that they set aside a day in the week. They don't go to the main farm. They were farming broccoli and then cauliflower. So we don't go to the farm. What we do is that we go to the field where you have the difficult weed. And believe me or not, within the day, if we are able to just dig out the weed within this circle, it's enough. We close. So we were claiming the land from the difficult weed by uprooting them from the roots manually. And that was in the Netherlands. Here, we are quick to use chemicals. The chemicals that were put together by the white man, they don't use it and we are using it. When it rains, it washes into our water bodies. It comes back to us, or our fishes will die. Or when they don't die and they even consume it, they harvest these fishes and bring them to the market, and then we buy them and take it to our kitchen and cook for you to eat. Then we start getting the cancers. Okay, the pollution is killing us, so let's watch it. Next slide, please. So the planet's reality, or the pressure that the planet is undergoing currently as we all sit in this room, okay? The global realities is that global temperature has risen. It used to be 0. In the 70s, that was when I was born. And within a twinkle of an eye, within 56 years, it's gone beyond 1.2. Is that not scary? Is that not scary? Let's be careful, because doomsday are on the way if we don't inspire ourselves by nature's own way. Okay, now we have up to 1 million species facing extinction in our world. 1 million species. That's our dependency. Depends on them, and they depend on this. This species depends on that. Now, let me just give you what it means. Let's say that you have a small forest. You know, forest is not made up of just one plant. It's made up of different tall trees, short trees, shrubs, and all that, and different types of plants, medicinal plants, and all that. They support each other. The tall trees give shade to the shorter ones, and so let's say there's an outbreak of a disease. Plant A is not the same as plant B. So when the disease easily attacks plant A, that disease might not survive with plant B. So after it finishes plant A, plant B can mitigate against it. So the rest of the plant A that is within the forest survives. That is how the ecosystems service each other. You understand? But when you destroy the environment, everything is bare. So one snapshot and everything is gone. Okay? And nearly 35% of our wetlands have disappeared. 100% wetlands, and we have 35 disappearing. Please, let's not just say that we are sitting in the four corners of this air-conditioned room and then go out and say, oh, I went for the Environmental Sustainability Summit, very big word, just to feel important. But let's live here very scared and have it in our minds that we have to do something individually so that we can make an impact. Please, move to the next slide. So, Africa in the front line, or let me say Ghana. What are the challenges? This morning we had all the presentations, and so this is more like a summary of what we had this morning. Throughout the world, especially in Africa, droughts is increasing, flood events. Half of Accra was in water. And what's the cause? You and I are very indisciplined. Chiefs are selling lands for people, waterways. And the roads that have been constructed on waterways, it tells you that water is very strong. You can never take water's path. No matter how you build on a water path, it will come and crash your building away and go. That is how strong water is. Okay, and so there's flood everywhere. People are losing their lives, and nobody is punished. People are doing things, and nobody is punished. We are seated here. We all have responsibilities. Okay. Some years back, Malcolm collapsed, and people died. This year, houses have collapsed. People are dying. Who is responsible? Who is supposed to monitor? Who is supposed to ensure that the right thing is done? Nobody was fired. Did you hear that somebody was fired? Nobody was fired. So we will continue taking fat envelopes and allow people to do what they want to do. And when the consequences come, we all bear it. Okay? And there's definitely economic consequences with what is happening today. Food insecurity, displacement, like I said, the sea is eating up and then pushing people to move and move and move. Okay? Let's go on. Poverty, of course, is in the ascendancy. Ghana's sustainability crossroad. Emerging issues. You saw the presentation where our forest was crushed to nothing and to pits. Okay? Deforestation, illegal mining, the almighty galamsey. I think I should start doing galamsey. There's gold in it. We all have reduced ourselves to money. Sickadicious people. I also want money, you know. It's very important. It's a necessary thing. But let's get it right. Our wetlands are being encroached on. Plastic pollution. Last year at the summit, I did a presentation on plastic pollution, and I showed you how we are polluting the environment so quickly with the plastics and how they seep back into our foods. Okay? Let's go on. So, the team says what? By nature for climate, for our future. What are nature-based solutions? Very simple. These are actions that will protect, that will restore, and sustainably manage the ecosystem for you and I to survive. Okay? So example is reforestation. We need to restore the wetlands that we have destroyed. We need to protect our mangroves, agroforestry, and then sustainable agriculture, which includes the reduction of the use of heavy chemicals. Now even our vegetables are not safe to take. Our fruits are not safe to take because everything has been reduced to chemicals, soft life. Let's go on. Why NBS matters. 3 things: environmental benefits, social benefits, and economic benefits. I'm sure we have heard about carbon market, carbon what, when the panelists were having their wonderful discussions. They talked about the carbon market and all that and all that. When we embark on nature-based solutions, what happens is that carbon sequestration happens. What does that mean? It means that we plant trees and they absorb the carbon and use it to manufacture food for you and I. Now, we've been hearing this word, greenhouse gas, greenhouse gas. Let me just take some 2 seconds to explain what that means. So you see that when the sun shines, it's beautiful, isn't it? Now the sun rays throws itself onto our Mother Earth. So the sun rays is hot, isn't it? So when it throws itself through the atmosphere onto Mother Earth, what happens is that the Earth releases some heat. And that heat is supposed to go back in a form of infrared. And it's supposed to go back into the atmosphere. But what happens is that you and I, our activities releases some gases. The carbon, the oxide, the methane gases, especially those in the animal production, you know, the animal feed releases a lot of methane gases, nitrate oxide. These gases especially are in the atmosphere. You see, when you burn your bushes, all those things, they are in the atmosphere, they are hanging. And what they do is that they now capture the carbon dioxide and they keep the atmosphere hot. Now, nature has made its own formulation. We need that. If not, you and I can survive. The earth will be too cold. No plants can even survive. So by nature, it's supposed to happen so that there will be some warmth for plants to survive, make food for you and I. And we too can survive in the warmth. But what is happening is that it is now too much. We now have our global heat increasing to 1.2%, which is very high. That is a problem. It doesn't mean that greenhouse gas is bad, but it's too much now, and we have to find ways and means to capture the carbon to reduce the devastating impact of this heat. Okay, so when we embark on nature-based solutions, we will trap these carbons and then they will be used to produce food for us. Biodiversity will be conserved because the weather will be moderately warm for plants to survive, on and on. Economic-wise, we have green jobs. I heard green jobs being mentioned here. So we have green jobs and sustainable enterprises. Then you and I will be smiling when we meet and will be healthy. Isn't that good? What does it benefit a man to have all the money and there's no one to smile with? Let's assume I'm the only one who have all the gold in the world. And so what? Then you are all suffering. Nobody can smile. What will I do with that gold? Are you getting my point? Let's think of each other, my dear brothers and sisters. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, I have already mentioned that the biodiversity and human health, we need it to survive. The ecosystem services, which I mentioned earlier on, it creates clean air for you and I. Have you ever gone to an environment where you realize that, the air is not clean at all? You are choking. You can't breathe well. Okay, so let me just use this point to also tell us that we can have small indoor plants in our rooms. It absorbs some of the bad gases that exist in our rooms. We, the ladies, we have chemicals that can emit gases in the air. We breathe them in. So if you have a small pot plant, indoor plant, it absorbs those chemicals and keep you healthy. And those of you who have friends who have salons, you realize that when you enter the salon to do pedicure or something, immediately the chemicals go in, you start inhaling them. So you can imagine what happens to the workers there. They are inhaling that air that you have gone in to smell. For 24/7, they are there inhaling it. So it's just a matter of time and they are in the hospital. Me fear me ya. Oh, me yare. Abrwana or village, you know, me. But that's not the point. We are our own problem. Okay? So let's go on. There has always been indigenous practices. There has always been traditional practices. Today, our scientific practices are actually born from indigenous practices. Okay? Let's not think that the solution from the white man is the best. Sometimes it has to be content specific. Okay? What does well in country A probably doesn't do well in country B. We all have our indigenous practices that we use. And those days, our forefathers would do agroforestry. they will plant their crops in between trees. And anytime they harvest a tree, they had so many policies that were protecting the environment. When you go to Tamale, what I know is that you cannot cut down a tree without consulting the tree chief. So they have chiefs for every particular tree, especially the fruit trees. So if even that fruit tree is in your farm, it's on your farm or your plot that you have bought, you own the plot, you don't own the tree. You can't cut it down. Even when it fruits, you can't harvest the fruits. You have to, if you harvest, you have to take it to them and they'll give you your share. And if you want to cut down a tree, you have to consult before. All these were policies that were protecting the environment. And do you know that even if you have a tree in your yard now, you can't cut it down, it's against the law. Are you aware of that? How many of you are aware of that? So when you see your neighbor cutting down a tree, tell your neighbor that it is wrong. Yes, that is the law, but it's just that, you know, if your neighbor happens to be the minister of so and so, you are afraid to talk to the person. That's the problem. Anyway, so we had this traditional agroforestry. We had sacred groves where you don't go. Today, what have we used them for? Event centers. We go there and dance. We go and make noise. But those were sacred groves where you couldn't make noise there. You couldn't go there easily on specific days and all that. All these were intended to save the environment. But now, what do we see? We had community forest and water bodies management strategies. Today, they say you don't go fishing on Wednesdays. Those were intended to allow the fish to rest. Now, do you realize that during COVID, knockdown, do you realize that there was so much peace and sanity outside? And pictures were shown. Our water bodies were smiling. Who saw that? Our water bodies were smiling. The atmosphere was good. And I thought that leaders, governments, would learn something from this and then say that, okay, even though COVID came and it hit all of us hard, we've lost loved ones and all that, there are some positive things we have learned from it. Apart from Zoom meetings where you can wear only a top and your pants is hanging and you are in a Zoom meeting and you can do whatever you want to do in the house, that I think is quite relaxing because you don't have to make time and then dress and enter the car and go. So I think that was a positive side. But apart from that, our policymakers, our leaders should have said at least once in every 2 months, let's work from home. Let's stop using vehicles except essential services. But the rest of us should work from home so that we will reduce emission. I thought we would learn from that and use that. Me, I'm not a leader. Oh. If not, if I can be a leader, I would have done that. Anyway, let's go on. So some examples. You realize that Kenya has made attempts. They have an initiative where they are restoring the degraded forest. Rwanda is doing the same thing where the initiative is Green City Kigali. They've also done a lot to restore their green space that have been destroyed. And of course, our almighty Ghana, we used to call it Green Ghana Day, which started in 2021 to 2024. And now we call it what? Tree for Life. Are you aware of that? How many of you have planted Tree for Life? And let me tell you, Tree for Life is real, eh? When you plant a tree and the tree survives, Believe me, I have seen people who have lived long because they have gardens in their homes, they have trees. And I can tell you that I believe strongly it's because they keep nature alive. And so they live long. They are in their 80s, they are in their 90s, and they are so strong. When you give to nature, nature gives back to you. So this tree for life is very true. So I challenge all of you, if you want to live long, please plant trees. Maka. Ethiopia too is busy doing something, scaling up reforestation. They are picking back their legacy. They want to leave a good legacy for their children. What are we leaving for our children? Let's think about it. Next slide, please. So, policy priorities in Ghana. For the government, I want to suggest that we should strengthen environmental governance. When we say Tree for Life, every year you would come on air and, we have planted something million trees, 30 million, 100 million trees across the country. And it's supposed to be an activity tick. We are supposed to applaud. Now the following year you come, we have planted, how many trees survived out of the 30 million trees? That is the statistics we want. How many trees survived? And let's invest in awarding those who made the trees survive. When we start investing in awarding people who make the trees survive, I think we'll get more trees surviving. And we should be talking about trees that have survived more than the trees that we have planted. Okay? And the private sector, I expect green investment and sustainable production. The academia like me, research, innovation from our students and lecturers, and of course, capacity building. That is one of the things I'm doing right now. Then community, I expect that our community members, you and I, are people within the community, so we should be stewards of the environment. Next slide, please. I'm about finishing. What do we take away? After all this talk, what do we take away? As a teacher, I always want to take away. So climate action and biodiversity protection must happen together. They must happen together. Nature-based solution offers cost-effective and sustainable pathways. Africa possesses the indigenous knowledge, the resources, and leadership. Let's use it. Okay? Protecting nature is protecting our future. The future we want depends on the nature we protect today. If you want kenkey, you have to go and sow maize. Harvest it, do your dough, and do your kenkey. So if what you do today, what you harvest tomorrow. So what you want tomorrow depends on what you do today. Thank you very much. So the name is Rosemary Anderson Akula.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akula. Okay, so we now zoom straight into the second plenary discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, technology and innovation are rapidly transforming how nations address environmental challenges. From renewable energy solutions to circular economy models and smart resource management systems, innovation is becoming a key driver of sustainable growth. Our second plenary session explores green innovation and technology driving sustainable economic growth. Moderating this session is also a senior business journalist and the online editor of Business and Financial Times, Ms. Juliet Etepe. Please, let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Hello. Wow, thank you very much. So just a bit on what Madam Rosemary said when she mentioned that if you see your neighbor cutting down a tree, you can tell him or her that is illegal. So that we all don't think that I'm the mischievous one, I was just thinking, which of my neighbor am I going to pass on that message to? So I know you also have that neighbor you want to pass on that message to. To welcome my panel on stage, I just want you to turn to the person next to you, smile to them. I want to see the smile first. Smile to them and tell them the environment needs you. Maybe once more. If it was church, I would have just taken offering after that. So once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to the second session, and we'll be riding on the topic, green innovation and technology, driving sustainable economic growth. This plenary will explore how innovation and emerging technologies can accelerate the transition to a green economy while fostering inclusive and sustainable economic growth. And the challenge, however, is that the solutions exist. And the challenge now is how to scale them, how to harness them, how to finance them, and ensure that they reach the communities and industry that need them the most. Today's panel will bring together experts from academia, industry, sustainability advocacy, energy analysis to share their perspective on the topic. I am delighted to be joined by, and if I mention their name, please give them a very big round of applause, Professor Michael Tufo from the University of Environment and Sustainable Development. A round of applause for him. Also joining me is Mr. Ibrahim Mohammed, an energy sustainability and ESG analyst. A round of applause for him. Then we have a lady. I don't get to be the only lady here. We have another lady to join us, Dr. Gloria Boama Kusi. She is a senior sustainability officer, Jospon Green Transition Office. A round of applause for her. Then last to join is Mr. Frank Eduenim, CEO of Chamber of ESG and Sustainability Ghana. A round of applause for him. Oh, I thought I saw Frank a while ago. Well, we'll proceed whilst Frank joins us. Oh, Frank. Frank is actually a columnist with the Business and Financial Times. A round of applause for Frank whilst he joins us. Panel, you are very much welcome. Let's see if our mic works with the very first question. So, to open, there's been a lot of conversation on sustainability, and for us, we are fortunate to be talking about one of the trending issues, technology, innovation. With what you know in your sector, are we making any progress? I'm going to start with, let's test your mic. Are we making any progress?
Hello. It's a big question. Because if you say progress, it cuts across policy, business, in the space of research, even the consciousness of citizens. So it's quite big, and maybe the crucial one, innovation. So it's very big. But I think we are not really there yet. Thank God for the Sustainable Development Goals, which makes sustainability in almost everything that we do, our goals as a country, very, very important. But I think in terms of government support, it's good. It's good because when you look at many of the goals, the sustainable development goals or issues on sustainability, which every year is reviewed by the UN as to where countries have reached and what they are doing. Ghana is not doing that bad, though many countries are ahead of Ghana. It's not that bad. And when you come to the space of law or maybe policy, we have also done very well. We have a lot of policies and policy documents on the various issues of sustainability in Ghana. And when, even now we have, I think, Ministry of Climate Change, a minister designate for climate change and all that, and sustainability. So when you come to the space of academia, for instance, there have been some innovations that are going on, though we have a long way to go. Because when you visit other universities in the world, see that they are doing so much and they've invested a lot of money. But for us, I mean, when you take here University, for instance, they've come up with this technology. It's not novel though, but it's very, very good, where they are using solar panels on farms. So instead of the farms being there, let's say if this whole room is a farm and the whole space is free, they've rather mounted the solar panels so tall that the farms, they serve like roofs to the farms. Because, you know, one of the challenges that is coming up these days about solar panels is the land space. It's becoming a big problem because they take large areas of land. So what they are doing now, which is very good, is still at the experimental stage. They have, so let's say this roof will be a solar panel for the farms where you can use your tractors, you can plant, farmers can take shade and all that. So this is very good. And they are also working on other things, working with using artificial intelligence and Internet of Things to work on mini-grid stations to give, and I think they are working with GRICO on this project. When you come to my university, University of Environment and Sustainable Development, we've won a MasterCard fund for a project with other universities, the University of Ghana, KNUST, and which is very popular, called the Nkabom. And one of the things that the project is we still implement very early stages, is to convert waste into energy and using local materials. And you know, Somanya is very popular when it comes to mango. So a lot is being, it's not much, but I mean, we are still getting there. I can't see all the things, thank you.
Sure. It's actually good to know that there are some green innovation that is emerging from the academia. And for us, over time, the challenge has been that, I mean, academia comes up with a super great ideas, but most of these ideas are left on the shelf of most of the universities. So it's good to know there are some green innovation coming up. I'll be coming back to you on what we could do to take some of these innovation off the shelf off academia and commercialize them. I'll be coming back to you. But let me head straight to Mohammed. Mohammed, you happen to be an ESG analyst. So we don't talk about what the other plenary has already discussed earlier. What green technologies have the greatest potential to transform Ghana's economy as we speak currently?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. From my background, okay, also coming from the industry perspective, the whole idea of sustainability, it's what are we doing today in our business settings, maximizing profit, whilst our actions do not harm future generations. When you look at the E aspect of ESG, you look at the S aspect, you look at the G aspect. Going into the E aspect, you realize that a lot of efforts are being made for us to counter our environmental challenges and also mitigate the challenges that we are currently facing. I am in the downstream sector of the energy sector. We are making some progress, but the acceptance of sustainability into our core operations, we are still lagging behind. But I think policy direction from the ministry is something that has been adopted. We are having conversations around how we embed sustainability practices into our business operations. I'm confident that with the advancements being made around our legal frameworks and policy, if we adopt these things into our core operations, we would be able to make meaningful advancements in these categories. If you look at waste management, my understanding is basically not a matter concerned about disposal. It is largely on how we see waste management. So, if we look at it from the perspective of a mindset issue rather than an issue where we need to mitigate, what I mean by a mindset issue is this. We should be able to see waste from an economic point of view and not necessarily from an issue point of view. We can see plastic bottles here. I mean, so an environmentalist may just probably say, oh, we have a lot of plastic rubbers here. If we move from the issue and look at it from what economic value can we generate from these things, that is where the conversation starts from.
When you mentioned waste management, I saw Gloria turn because that happens to be her domain. But before I go to Gloria, at this space, before you mentioned policy, but before policy comes into the conversation, have we identified specific technologies that can help this green transitioning agenda we are on?
Yes, I mean, we have, but it is still the baby stages. If you go to Ashesi University, I think, and some of the other traditional universities we have here, I think part of the projects that the students are embarking on is actually bringing up these novel technologies, the smart sensors, around the waste bins and stuff. These are novel activities that we are incorporating into our waste management practices. I mean, Prof mentioned earlier that there's something happening in the university, in as much as it is not something that is novel, but it's a right step in the direction that we are headed towards. So technology is there. We just need funding. We need deliberate effort from government and also the private sector so that we can be able to get there. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mohammed. Gloria, I'm coming to you. When you mentioned waste, you turn a little because that happens to be your space. In terms of technology, are there specific technologies that can help Ghana move from waste collection to the circular economy that we seem to talk much about?
Thank you very much. I'm happy we are talking about waste. Most of the time, we shun from that topic because once it leaves our side, we always want it out of our sight. We often target at something that we don't want close to us, but we created it. Our kids see the waste trucks and they run, covering their nose, but it's something we created. And management starts from us. We shouldn't only see the government or the private sector as the only people who are supposed to handle or manage what we have created. And so the very first innovation to me is a behavioral change. It's a mindset issue where we see waste as a resource, and it's a resource indeed. Global waste management is pegged at $1.6 trillion as at now. That is the worth of global waste management. And in 2050, it's going to move to 2.5 trillion. So we might see it as a challenge. Yes, it's a resource. It's not finite like gold and the others, but it's an infinite resource because we continually create it. And so there is supposed to be a mindset shift starting right from us. There are lots of people, you ask them, you go to their workplaces and ask them, where is your waste going to? They have no idea. And it is sad that you are creating the waste, yet you conduct a survey and they have no idea where it is going to. But that is why we are here. So the technologies, as I've mentioned to me, the first one is a mindset shift, where we see it as a resource with a lot of value, where we don't quickly run away or see it as disgusting. We are responsible for waste management. Gone are the days where you would want to travel to Europe or North America or Asia to see the technologies that are used for waste management. We have it here right now. We have those technologies here right now. Jospon has 36 waste treatment facilities, 18 MRFs, that if you come and see me, I will drive you. There is one in Accra at the moment, treating over 1,000 tons of waste a day. And so the very first or the basic technology or innovation we need that all of us are supposed to participate is waste segregation. Waste segregation is simply sorting or separating the waste that we are creating in our homes into the various fractions. So we have the organics, we have the plastics, we have the paper and cardboard, and so on and so forth. it will interest you that when you are able to do this separation, it makes it very easy. It doesn't even smell. So waste segregation is something that we are supposed to, it has to be effective. There should be a system. Outside, when you go and you see the place is beautiful and all of that, they started from a point. As our earlier panel member said, you have to start from a point. So waste segregation is one key that we are supposed to embrace. And waste segregation, we are going to do it ourselves. We are going to do the waste segregation. Are we ready to do it? Are we ready to have, if there are incentives provided? I did a research in Kumasi waste markets, and it will interest you to know that the waste pickers at the communal bin sites, they know the grades of the waste. We might think it's the elites who know so much about waste, but when you go to the communal, the dump sites, those who collect and then dump into, they have so much knowledge in the materials of the waste, you'll be marveled. And you will go there, and the various markets I did, Bantama markets, the biggest one, central markets, all of them, there was vibrant segregation at this dump site. So these people are doing it because it's supporting their livelihoods. They don't have an option. They do it and they sell it to the itinerant bargain hunters. They get some money from it. They know about it. But if government is supposed to make it mandatory, are you and I going to participate in our various homes? So waste segregation is one. And then also there should be a system for effective collection of the segregated waste. So KNUST piloted waste segregation, but then you realize that the trucks that are coming in for the waste, it's combining everything again. So it's like cost 90. So once we are going from the start, which is waste segregation, we should have trucks that will go in for the various fractions and send them to the MRFs like our place. In Milan is in Italy, one of the largest cities that has been able to achieve organic door-to-door residential organic separation. They've done that for more than a decade, achieving of more than 60% of source separation rates. And they are able to divert more than 120,000 in a year to the biogas plants. So we should not just end at waste segregation, but we should have effective collection systems for them. And then also the material recovery plants that I'm saying that if you see me, I'll take you to just one site. We have one in every region. So the waste we collect from what you or we have generated, we bring them to our place. It's all mixed up, right? But we have segregation system that it goes through. So the various fractions I mentioned are all captured in their various sections. And then the organics. Africa, most of African countries, our waste is mainly organics. I think at least 60%. So the organics, we compost them. And then it goes back to agri. Ghana is an agri economy. And so we need it for the farmers. And then we have plastics that we pelletize and then give them back to the industries that use them. They mix it with the virgin materials, right? And then even metals, we also have metals. People need metals. And then we have the RDF, the residual waste that does not really have, you might think it has no use, but then there is research ongoing where we can use that as waste to energy. So the residuals, the one obtained from the, after we have recycled and obtained the organics, can serve as a resource for cement industries. Okay, so we have the material recovery facilities also. And then another innovation that we need is EPR system, an effective, well-defined, well-outlined EPR system where the producers, so those who are bringing the plastics onto the markets, are held responsible. Ghana has to be able to develop such an enactment, because when you take countries like Sweden, like Germany, that are trailblazers when it comes to recycling, they have very strong EPR systems that are functioning, are in place. Germany, for example, has, they call it the P Fund, where supermarkets are mandated to have the reverse vendor machine. So when you obtain your bottles, beverages, and you take it back after consumption, they refund some money, I think for about 0.25 euro. And so it's an incentive. So the EPR system can also help. And another innovation that we might not really consider is data. You realize that the finance people were talking a lot about governance. If we don't change the way we do our things as businessmen, we will struggle a lot when it comes to innovation. Innovation needs data. We can't transform or go into the green system without proper management of data. So Just One also holds this very key, and then this has been some of the few. So it's not so far. When we talk about what green innovation, green technologies, it's not so far from us. We can actually do something. Just One is doing something at the moment, and I believe we can achieve it as a country.
A round of applause for Dr. Gloria. That was so insightful. You know, when you're making the point on segregation, I just wanted to say the point you made, because then I understand it's actually a big deal for all of us, because we segregate the waste in our homes, but if they come for them, they put them together. So we ask ourselves, okay, so what's the essence of segregating them? But then if there would be a system that makes sure that the tracks that counts for them, even segregate them further, would help us into getting the circular economy or talking about. And I just want to get the figures right. You mentioned 2.5 trillion by 2050.
The worth of global waste management at the moment is 1.6 trillion.
Okay.
And by 2050 is going to be 2.5. That's the worth. So you and I need to think of going into waste management.
Waste is indeed resources. I'm coming to you, Frank. You work with a firm that deals with businesses a lot. And for most businesses, the conversation around ESG, I mean, it's been like a priority for most businesses, from banking down to the SME. You have dealt with them a lot of the time. How will ESG principles help these businesses grow? Because then at the end of the day, we're not talking about just the environmental challenges, but then how we could leverage them. So how will ESG principles help business growth?
Okay. So thank you very much, Juliet, for the opportunity. As you rightly said, we have spent quite a number of years in the advocacy and the capacity building area. And what we have come across, oftentimes is the fact that be it small or bigger corporations or organizations seem to, find it very difficult to sustainably grow. A few challenges we have seen, and that accounts for that, all right? But when you speak about the principles that will lead to sustainable growth, the ESG, which is anchored on the environment, social, and governance, has its own specific requirement in terms of demand that each organization is supposed to comply with. For instance, when you pick the environment, organizations are supposed to inculcate the principles of waste reduction, for instance, if they really want to be innovative. So intentionally, the principles or guidelines must be drafted or must be put into the business to ensure that there is a conscious effort in reducing waste in the organization. With the ESG principle has also brought to us the consciousness to, especially for the manufacturing institutions, to also rethink about product redesign. And once they go back to the drawing board to rethink about how to recycle some of the waste products into a better use, it brings the innovation. Let me also touch briefly on the S, which really speaks about the social. Now, the social aspect compels organization, especially if you want to be sustainable, to rethink how to diversify, especially on equity, inclusion, diversity, and so on and so forth. So you can see intentionally organizations try to create the enabling environment to create teams, diverse teams, equip their employees and staff to, have what it takes to be able to work within a continuous, environment. Without that, it will be highly difficult for any innovation to really happen. Let me also touch briefly on the governance aspect. The governance aspect speaks to transparency, especially accountability, ethical leadership, and so on and so forth. So from the board, from the top to the last person within the organization, all these people are supposed to ensure through governance, through transparency, open door policies, and quite a number of things must be put in place such that the organization will be able to operate, be transparent, be accountable, and leaders would have to abide by not only being compliant, but because they think that is the right thing to be done. And so once these are embedded into the governance or operational principles of the business, it sees the business naturally growing from one level to the other because they are not being compelled, because oftentimes what we see is that our experience, the larger institutions or corporate organizations, because of the nature of compliance, they are forced to look at these principles. But the question is that what about the SMEs, the small ones, which are not being regulated, so to speak, to be compliant? This is where the challenge is, and the gap is actually found within this space. And I think as we move, there will be more to discuss on that. All right, thank you.
Sure, thank you very much, Frank. Prof, you earlier spoke about the innovations that universities are churning out. Now, we are all here because of academia, so I love academia a lot. How can universities and research institutions, how can they help us develop smart cities? Because at the end of the conversation, we go back to our societies and we see all that happens. The recent happenings have made us so much alert. How can research institutions and universities help us develop smart cities?
These things, you see, one of them is, even I was checking about these urban living labs, even in Europe. I couldn't find many. I'm talking about urban living labs. These are some of the things. Basically, what are they? You have a city, and you kind of use those cities to promote sustainability, and use high level of artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and these newer technologies to promote sustainability, using GIS and all that to help with the issues of flooding, spatial planning, urban agriculture, and other things that makes the city greener and all those things. That is one of them. I mean, that's a classical example. But as I was saying, I checked through many countries in Europe. There are few. I could just get about 2 cities in Europe that are doing those things. So it's good. We can do that. But what I'm saying is that we need to know that these things are very good, this urban lab thing, but it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of investment, and it's a lot of money, and it's a lot of commitment. Are we prepared to do that? Yeah, and even if you look how we plan our cities, the cities, the developers or citizens move faster than how we plan our cities. So how are you going to do it? And our policies and all that. But it always starts from somewhere. When I look at where our university is located, for instance, it's a good place to begin to experiment with some of these things. Yeah, if Accra is too big and a little complex, very complex to handle some of these things. UNE is in Sunyani. It can be used for such an experiment. My place, it can be used, you has it as whole. These are not very complex settlements. We can begin before these places are developed and it gets out of control. So that's one of the things we can do. And we can use GIS to work a lot in artificial intelligence, basically to just collect data, data in the city, and now data is almost everything. So one of the most powerful tools we can use is this data I'm talking about, traffic situation, pollution, to know the level of pollution, to know the traffic situation, to know the water use. Let me just divert a little. I've been following this World Cup, and when I watch it, it's not only the football that I watch. I just look at the many people in the stadiums, as the Americans would say, and I ask myself, the water they will use, the waste they will generate, the electricity they will use, sustainability issues that I've been thinking about. Okay, so you need real-time data. And I think you were talking about data sensors and all those things. In most of this flood that we are talking about, you see, we can use a lot of data to prevent it, and especially when it comes to properties being destroyed. Because if you have sensors all over in the cities, which are very good and very responsive, we can have real-time data on the weather situation and even parts of the cities that it will be raining. And when it starts raining, you can have real-time data when to leave your home, when to take your car out of your homes and all those. Because when this flooding happens, a lot of people lose properties and all that. I mean, there are other complex things, maybe, if I say it may not be well understood or something. I mean, you can use data to do so many things. And that is where I think the university also comes in to help. Sometimes we think it's just the technology or the innovations that we come up with that and the new things that we create that makes the difference. But data is very important. In creating data, yes. And one thing too is that in our country, we are doing a study for one organization, and we are struggling with data. Even when we talk to the government officials, they say we don't have this data. They say go to this institution and all that. But universities can generate data, a lot of data, and it calls for funding. It's very, very crucial in our planning and everything. We need to collaborate with the various institutions, government institutions, the private sector, and all those things to be able to generate the banks of data that we need to make sure that sustainability is enhanced. One of the things that we also have to do is advocacy. I think we've talked about it, and my colleague, Dr. Akola, was talking about it. I was doing it now. Advocacy is very important, and sensitization and all that. And one other thing too that is also very crucial is making sure that we train the human resource. Yes, bring courses of university programs that are very innovative. It's good. We need the philosophy, we need the economics, we need the geography and other things. But now, I mean, things are changing and programs are changing. So we need to come out with programs that are sensitive to sustainability. Yes, and I think some of the universities are doing that. I wouldn't mention my university alone to be very discriminatory. When you go to the Center for Climate Change in the University of Ghana, they are doing a master's in climate change and sustainability. That is fine. In my university, we are starting a program we call Green Financing. We are doing green entrepreneurship. We are starting a program, Green Entrepreneurship and Sustainability. These are the modern, well-tailored programs that I think universities should come up with and train our students so that as much as we are doing the research and all that, we also need to raise the middle level managers and if I should say lower level managers at the various and give them to industry is very important. And through that we can achieve these issues about sustainability. But I just want to add one of the challenges that we are facing in doing all these things. And I will say that in Africa, the universities generate the knowledge, but businesses import the technologies. I mean, Dr. Kusi was talking about wonderful things and recycling things that they are doing at their place. And as I was sitting, I was asking myself, how many of these technologies are coming from Ghana? It's almost zero. So moving forward, I think that as much as we're talking about funds, money, that we need all those things, we should be intentional about our university students' projects that they do where we see the potential. I remember, let me say this last thing, when the world was moving to 2001, this Y2K thing was coming and we had to change all the computers and all that. And one CNN journalist I will never forget said that when we moved to 2000, other years had crossed. You know, America, it takes about Ghana is about 4 or 5 hours averagely ahead of them. So other countries had moved to 2001 and nothing happened to the computers, you know. And the journalist said that this is a Western conspiracy to make Bill Gates rich, you know. He became, his riches just ballooned about quadrupled or more than that after this Y2K thing. Everybody had to change the computer, change the software and all that. What am I saying? We should be intentional to support our businesses. Even if their product, the green products are not perfect. I'm talking about some of the projects that our students come up with.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, Prof. I'm staying with you a little bit. You mentioned data, and I'm curious about, how do we make sure that after the data is gathered, after we have the data at hand, it doesn't just stay at that point, because then that's currently one of the situations our research departments in the universities are facing, maybe just in a few seconds.
Yes. Then it still comes back to sometimes you are right. I've been in this industry for a long time, and sometimes when we meet as colleagues and we are presenting papers. I mean, you know, in the university, that's what we do. One of the things we do research, we present our findings, we publish in papers, and I sometimes sit and ask myself, that's not how the businessman is thinking, you know. I think we ourselves too should change our thinking as academics to a large extent. And I like it because there are new breeds of academics that are coming up that are taking the gowns to town, as we say it, bring the research to the doorsteps of industry, bring the research to the doorsteps of government. And we should not wait for government to reach out to us and we think we are very important. We have to get to them. Universities globally, when you look at universities globally, I'm talking about the bigger universities, we know the Yale and the Oxfords and the rest. They are more business these days than we think like academic. I was one of the French players was not called for the World Cup, and I've forgotten the name. And I read that he's taking a course in Harvard. A footballer who is not gone on retirement. I mean, I think he should be in his 20s. So it's telling you that the university has become so attractive to people from all walks of life. And when they teach them, they give them the data, they give them the policy, they transfer it to each and every place that they are working in. So we have to be very proactive. I wouldn't say government should be, we have to be proactive. We have to get to government. We have to get to the industries. We have to get to the people in the communities. We have to take the data to them. And we have to tell them what we have and what we can do. And I think it's gradually catching up. I mean, today I'm here. Dr. Andani too was here. Dr. Akola is here. Dr. Akola is here. Gradually we will get there, but I think we need to be very radical about these things.
Sure, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Professor. Ibrahim, I'm coming to you. If there are a lot of solutions, or say emerging solutions, and we don't have enough resources, what should Ghana prioritize now?
Prof spoke about data. Yeah. She also spoke about the informal sector.
Oh, yeah.
I think one of the key priorities that we have to start looking at how we integrate these things into the informal sector. We realize that when you look at the scrap dealers, okay, the kind of waste that they manage, okay, if you look at, when you go into our market, the knowledge and information these people have, it's just right for us to tap into, let's say, trying to find a way to integrate our policy direction so that they can be part of our policy making. These are the steps that when we take as industry people, as policy makers, and as academics, I think these are the baby steps that we can take to carry people along so that the whole idea of sustainability and then environmental management is achieved. So if we look at integrating into formal, so we integrating the informal sector, we can also leverage circular economy startups, okay? We've seen a lot of companies, young companies, going into the development of softwares that will enhance our environmental management skills. Government should augment, give these people subsidies and other incentives so that they can be able to, sort of expand their operations. I think the last one is that we should also look at implementing smart route optimizations, okay? The use of IoT-driven smart technologies across board. These are things that when we adopt, okay, within the early stages, I think we can be able to achieve the whole thing about waste management and environmental sustainability. Thank you.
Frank, let's move back to the business community. Are Ghanaian businesses moving fast enough on sustainability?
Well, let me say yes and no. Okay. Yes, in the sense that from the corporate space, especially with the big corporate institutions, due to compliance, due to the fact that there is a regulator, it moves sustainability, the journey to sustainability much more quicker. But those within the SME, it is a bit slow in the sense that that space is not highly regulated. So I think that much more had to be done if we want to see sustainability moving at a faster space, to also see to regulating the SME sector, ensure that there is much more capacity building to understand what it takes to be sustainable. In that sense, we would all be even in terms of our growth to sustainability.
You said much more must be done. What goes into the much more?
Okay, so I'm looking at financing, which has been addressed by the previous panel. It is still a subject which cannot be swept under the carpet. No matter what the situation is, the bigger institutions are able to do much because they have the financial muscles. The smaller ones are still struggling because the source of capital, the source of funding to be able to, even with the technical know-how, there is still some gap. Let me also emphasize on the fact that, yes, I've already mentioned that the regulatory space is only concentrated at the level of the bigger institutions. Yes, so financing is a key issue here. Yes.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the Q&A session after Gloria responds to this. So if you have any questions, you could just prepare them, and then we'll pass on the mic for some questions as well for my panel. Gloria, you spoke about some beautiful ideas. Are there policies that already support these ideas? If not, what policies do we need to support some of these solutions that are to make them commercially viable?
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by adding to what he said. I like to always emphasize that sustainability is not something for government alone to tackle. Mostly companies are dragging their feet in going green because they say it's expensive to go green. The government has to provide finances. But there are very basic things that you can do, not necessarily from the corporate world alone, even starting from your home. That is why I always say that it's an attitude thing. Putting off the lights when it's not needed. You don't need finance. You don't need the government. I mean, making efficient use of resources at home. The AC, when it's cold, even when the weather is cold, we go to the office and we turn on the AC, and the entire day the AC is on. When we are stepping out for break, the AC is on, the lights are on, the plugs are on. But you have no idea that even the plugs for our laptops, they consume energy. And this is where sustainability starts. So in as much as we need finances from governments and then all of that, what can we also do as individuals? Right from home, when you're doing it, your children are watching, they are learning. And then you go to the workplace, you put off the lights when the AC is not, even water, when we are in the shower. And the men, I like to say that because the men are mostly the culprits, brushing your teeth and the water is running, still running the entire time.
I see the way they are looking at you.
I'm not telling lies, mostly it's the men. But usually at home, I don't throw things away easily. My husband will say, oh, you like piling polybags. What are you using them for? You will definitely find a use for it. That is sustainability. We don't need, that is why I'm saying the technologies are not the very big ones that we are imagining. So we can start from home in our own way. Okay, so the policies bits, I mentioned source segregation. Segregation is like the foundation for circular economy. So we would need the government to make it more mandatory. I was reading an article a week ago, top 10 countries that are doing well with recycling. It's only Rwanda. The entire African continent, only Rwanda is there.
Where is Ghana? I want to know the number Ghana is at.
You know, and I think it was number 9 or 8. The first was Sweden, then Germany, then Canada, then... So we can do something when we recognize that we can start from ourselves. Because governments will put out the policies. EPA has an act, fines act on open burning. It is there, but we are still doing it. So most of the time, I see that in our parts of the world, the policies are there, but implementation is often very difficult. We don't just point fingers at government. What are we doing ourselves? When you see open burning in your neighborhood, what do you do about it? Do you educate them? Do you tell them that it harms their health? I mean, all of these things, when we leave conferences, we need to talk about this. And then the EPR that I mentioned. Yes, so it's about time that those who put the package, the waste, on the markets are held responsible. That one will go a long way to help our system. So these two are...
Sure. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for my panel. And on the open burning, the lead story on the BNFT today, the papers are on your table. There's a very nice open burning or pollution story there. If you need to threaten your neighbors, please go let them know. Let them read it. And if they read it, they will know that polluting the environment is affecting you and they can be arrested for that. And that is exactly how the reporter was feeling when he wrote that story. We'll be taking the Q&A. If you have a question, just nice one. Okay, so I see 6. We'll do what to take them. So let's start from here. Please be snappy with your question. I will interject you. I'm a bit mischievous. So be snappy with your question, yes.
All right.
And your name as well.
All right, thank you very much. I've got a couple of them. So the first one is on this summit.
Okay.
And maybe I'll put it as an OFI, as an opportunity for improvement. We here championing, green initiatives and all that. But the question we need to put ourselves is, how green is this summit? Okay. I went for a summit in London some few years ago with ICMM. And, you wouldn't find meat. It was a plant-based, the meal is plant-based. You wouldn't find, bottled water, carpooling. Look, there were quite a number of things that were put into, action that you could see sustainability and all this in action. Okay, but when you look at this summit, I think it's something that, like I said, an OFI, I'm not saying something that we need to really look at to make it much greener.
Sure.
So that's just one comment.
Sure, let me just respond to that quickly. Head of events is taking note, and I think I also raised a point about the bottle. They will tell us me they recycle, so maybe we can give that to them.
Yes, so let's take on that.
Yes.
The other one is on to Prof. Look, I'm in the process of helping one university to develop an EMS, an environmental management system, that conforms to the ISO 14001, standard. And as you know, it is the main tool globally for achieving sustainability from the environmental side. If you really want to achieve environmental sustainability, the 14001 standard is the real deal. Okay, and with those of us in the mining sector, almost all of us are, the last players are into that. I'm saying this because in Ghana, the universities are supposed to be the centers of excellence. You are supposed to be championing, the best standard out there, to, students and people in the country. But you wouldn't find any single university in Ghana that has got a system for managing environment.
So the question is, do we have universities that have the system?
No.
Is that the question?
No, there's none.
Because I have a lot of hands up there.
There's none.
Sure.
So, it's also an OFI, again, something that we need to, consider. We need the universities to really up the game from that front. If you go to UK, about 30 plus universities, all the universities in UK, they are certified to the standard, and it's one big gap that I think we should be able to look at as a
sure. Thank you very much. We take. I think that's a suggestion, though. We take another question. Okay. After that, we'll take a lady.
My question goes to Professor Michael Tufuo.
Okay.
My question is at the intervention of conventions of academia and industry. In Ghana, when the students are doing their project, where they come to meet the business people, we need this, we give them the information. When they go, they don't come back. But I met Professor of Logistics from China. He says they are very good with the industry. Whatever research they do, they give it to the business people. They go and practice, then they come and give them the feedback. So what can we do in Ghana to get the academia to support the business people on the street so that they can get the academic element to better their businesses? Thank you.
So academia and industry collaboration in commercializing our research. The next question. Let's take a lady, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the panelists. I like the intention bit that Prof mentioned, that we have to be intentional in this country. Very true. Growing up, there was something called town council. Yeah, understand. Now, town council, but we call it town council.
Yes.
We've had a lot of NCC to make public announcements, education. They've been doing a lot. But how does it go to the grassroots? The problem all of us here, I believe one way or the other, know how to segregate things and all that. But the grassroots, like she said, the women in the market are doing well and all that. From the women in the market, their children and all, I think the town council or the tanker should come back. Because when they hear it, the moment you hear Omubo, you see everybody. It's like a bell. That thing was really working for us.
Okay.
So I think if we bring that back, Ghanaians, all of us will be very intentional about everything we are doing, because we know every Wednesday, every Friday, every Saturday, they are always around us.
Okay, I wanted Prof to respond to the question first. But first, participants, do we want the town council back? Yes. Okay.
Okay, so with what my colleague is saying about this EMS thing, I agree with him that it's a problem. You know, let's also not forget that it's a bigger problem. You see, I know a gentleman, we did a project. When I say a project, a research like consultancy work with, and very intelligent, master's, he was then a master's student. He went to the US, did his PhD. He's there. And when anytime, I don't know, he pops up on my LinkedIn and I look at what he's written. You know that he's got the skills and everything. He's not prepared to come back. Very few academics who leave the shores of Ghana, they get the best of training. I'm not saying what we don't get the best of training, but we want to come back. They want to keep them there. They look at, he's a postdoc student. He's on a $1 million project with his supervisors and his team in the university. He's been paid about 10,000 euros a month. He comes to Ghana. How much is he taking? Once he's comfortable. So we also lack the ideas that we need, the newer things that are coming every time. Then it ties into the second question. There's a flip in Ghana, if I should say Africa. There's a flip. Apart from Ashesi and probably Academic City that is doing well, the top class universities in Ghana are public. But the flip is that when you go to the US, the top class universities are private. You see, so this is the problem. They have more funding from government, from businesses. People are investing into academia for them to do research and all those things. And the money is coming. But, I mean, thank God today, the Ghana Research Fund was launched at Labadi Beach. But I don't know, I was told the president will be there. I don't know whether he came. But thank you. To launch it, it's good. I'm yet to know how much money has been dedicated. And even the goal of it, I know the team, the one heading the team is very competent, so he'll do a good job. But how much money are we investing into that space? It's very limited. How much money does the university lecturer take for book and research allowance?
Prof, how much is it?
I wouldn't want to say it, but it's not up to $5,000, I mean, for the whole year. For the whole year, what good research? It ties into the other question, can you do? You can do much. And I'm sorry to say this, but there is neo-colonialism even about the research that we are doing these days. I mean, the university lecturer, professor or lecturer wants to get money, and the money is not coming from government. Yes. So you are being colonized by money from Sweden, money from Switzerland. You see $100,000, you don't want to. And they tell you what to do. We want you to do, and you know the Ghanaian, I mean, if you call for papers or call of interest, you get the best of human resource. I mean, the professors and all of us who are applying, they will pick the top. And you'll be doing this for 6 years. How can you come up with something that can benefit your country? Neocolonialism. So we are being enslaved, sorry for my language, in a way to tune, because at the end of the day, we also need monies in our pockets. Come to that point with academia. I think we need the Gen Z, as we say today. I understand there is another one, Alpha also. So gradually we'll be going to the Alphas. But the generation that we have today, you and I will attest to it that they understand money. The language money is very important. That word money is very important to them than almost any other thing. So we should tell our students that this project work, that choose a project work that can fetch you money in the future. These young people have very good brains, very fresh brains. We should teach them to team up. That's what you are asking me about academia. Team up. That old model of you doing your project work alone and all those things, I think we should move away from that. Team the students up. Come up with an innovative project. Something that after school in the area of green, that can fetch you money. Again, it's also a problem of funding. Again, are the regulatory authorities also prepared to go by what the university wants to go to? I don't want to mention any name. But these are some of the challenges that we are facing. So what I'm saying is that we need to pump money into research. We need to encourage our students to come up with business innovative ideas. And let me say the last one. Sorry for talking too long, but I have experimented. I've seen many businesses in Ghana. They have money to buy the new four-wheel drive for their CEOs, to take them to the best of flats or to rent for them. But if you just tell them, this business you've been doing, I want to do a study for you, they don't want to even give you $100 to do it. They think it's and I have a colleague at church who has enrolled with the Harvard Business School. I think it's their MBA program. And he's a big guy, a CEO of a country manager. And he was telling me that his business is doing so well. He always prides himself. But when he went for the first, I think it's in 3 cohorts or 3 times. They do it 3 times. Okay. The first one, he said, I didn't know that I had wasted so much data at my workplace, at my business. I could have done more. But if I came and I told him that, let's take data to do, you think I'm going to take his money. So we are saying academia and business, but business is also not willing to respond, no matter how we explain to them. If he's not seeing money in it, and
sure,
if you
Prof.
don't do research, how will you see money in it? So it's also a problem.
Sure, Prof.
But we'll get there. Thank you.
Let's take the rest of the questions. Okay, so we take the last 4. Okay, the last 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Who has the mic? Please let. He's closer, so just give it to him. And
so my name is John Okainate. I want to narrow it a bit because of the theme that we
keep
are.
it snappy,
Yes.
please.
Currently, there is a queue of Aboboya around Makati Hill, dumping refuse. We are talking about segregation, and these Aboboya guys have their Aboboya filled with a lot of rubbish, including plastics and everything. They are dumping it somewhere which I don't know, what they are going to turn it into. But what you realize is that it's raining and it's going to flood people's houses around that place. The lady mentioned about segregation of, our waste. Can't government or whoever is in charge at the dumping site have these, containers?
yeah, she mentioned that as well, Gloria. You
Yeah,
did, right?
containers, not in the homes alone, but
She
even
mentioned at the site as well.
at the site. that they go in and they, whatever waste they have, they are either they go in for, organic or inorganic waste. They go in and put it in those containers and not mix them together.
Gloria, I remember you mentioned that even if it gets to that side, there should be a system that makes sure that, the home work is not in vain, where we segregate and it gets to the end and it's not well segregated.
Yes. If I get your question clear, I don't know if it's the problem with Aboboya you are emphasizing, or government pushing in systems to receive the segregated waste.
To the places that are supposed to receive them and process them for whatever, thing.
Yes, so as I mentioned, that it's an effective collection system that we need. If we're supposed to do waste segregation, then we also have to invest in systems to collect them. Just One has a number of transfer stations. But the problem with these rickshaw, the Aboboya, is they need to be formalized. We need to formalize the informal sector to regularize their activities more, because it's more, it's informal, there's no cooperative, they are not licensed. They tend to do things because they need to finish quick, and then it's competitive. Come for more waste and make more money. So the regulation there is minimal. Yes.
Sure, thank you very much. Since that happens to be Gloria's space, maybe you can see her after, so, because it's a huge challenge for all of us now.
Madam Gloria, thanks to Jospon for all that you are doing to sustain the environment. But based on your lessons, what are the practical ways that we can change the mindset of people towards environmental sustainability?
Sure, thank you very much. Mindset change. Let's take the next question there, and then we move to this side.
Oops. 1, 2. All right. My name is Daniel Ajin. I'm representing the Musicians Union of Ghana. To the Japan group of companies, our doors are open for collaboration, for education, so that we do songs to help, educate people about environment, how to sustain, our environment and all that.
Sure.
Now, 2, the union, we are part of the informal union at TUC. So we work with the women, the market women and all that. To the organizers, please next time call us, especially the women, the market women, to be part of this great summit, so that you understand what happens at the market. You hear their stories, so that they also carry the good news to their members at the market. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. Let's move to this. Gloria, if you want to touch on the mindset bit as to how we create.
So it starts with us. You are sitting here, we're talking green, but when we visit you in your home, only God knows what you are doing over there. So, as I always say, ourselves, what are we doing? And then if we are able to make changes ourselves, then we can move to the next person.
Sure.
So all of these conferences, they are helping in a way, but then go home and then do the best, do the right thing. Do not wait for the government.
Sure, don't wait for the government. Start from yourself. Let's take the next question.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Elizabeth from Ghana Education Service.
Sure.
Prof, please, the research fund has been launched. So nowadays, our doctors and professors will have fun to do their research.
Do we know how much they'll be getting?
Please, today, the news is already online, so you can verify from there. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Dr. Gloria, during your submission, you did mention of behaviorism. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, but I think they want to see you, so if please you could be up. Thank you.
Dr. Gloria, during your submission, you did mention of behaviorism. And as an early childhood practitioner, it is my field. So I'm very particular about it. Right now, we are all sitting on a table. We went to school, unless you didn't go to that school. When I asked you to sort out the tissues on the table, I think you can do that. And we did it in our maths at school, sorting. It is time for us as individuals to learn a lot. Because of our background and how our tradition and ecosystem is, there are certain things that we don't do it. And it is time for us to do it. And as you come from JESPON, I would like to find from you if you have any educational initiative at various schools that you train children. There is a borrow word I used to have that catch them young at the basic level when they will be trained. I have a relationship with Japan, and I can tell you, during this World Cup, you can see that Japan is the only country that after World Cup, they clean up stadiums. But we are not part of it because we didn't learn it. It's not part of us.
So the question is does JESPON have any educational program to train?
Exactly.
Gloria,
so that
I
we
think you
can
want to take
collaborate.
that. Sure. Thank you very much for your question.
Yeah, a lot. We have a department, the communications departments, the IT departments. They've been doing a lot via social media. Recently, there was one on Metro TV we've launched with the disaster NADMO called No Do. So JESPON has been releasing a lot of initiatives. We visit schools. There are lots of campaigns on social media that we do here. And then JESPON also has sponsored. So it's one of the companies or the conglomerates that values research. So we sponsor a number of students. At the moment, we are looking to about at least 30 students who were in Russia, various masters and then PhD degrees. So we value research, and then we do put in a lot of money to sponsor our staff.
Yes. Okay, sure. Thank you very much. Let's take the last one. Okay, last two, you and then you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Diamesi Jerry. I'm from USD as a student. I want to ask Dr. Gloria. She talked about sorting out waste like glass, bottles, and plastics. And I quite remember in 2023, 2024, there was, it's like brick, like waste brick. They collect waste products and then turn them into bricks. I don't know whether those companies are still working, and if yes, do they have any disadvantages?
Yes, so I know NERPLAS is into that. It uses plastic for bricks and is still doing that. Maybe the other bit of the question is if there are any challenges to that, Gloria, if you want to touch that, because I know your company is not into that.
I didn't get this
So
question.
he's asking that, if you know NERPLAS, they use plastic for bricks and pavement blocks. He's asking if those still exist, and if yes, are there any challenges to using plastic for such
Okay,
things?
I know JESPON has a subsidiary, UPPR, Universal Plastic Production and Recycling. So the plastics that we obtain from the waste that we generate, we obtain pellets and then we send them to our UPPR, and they add some virgin materials and then produce buckets and then chairs. That's what I know. For the bricks, I'm not pretty sure about that, but I can
know
find out.
NERPLAS, and they use that for bricks, so if that answers your question. Thank you very much, Gloria. Let's take the last question. Our time is up. Ooh.
I just want to add that it's very critical as a people and as a country to enforce the inculcation of environmental issues in our school curriculum from the basic level, from the daycare center, from my lady who says that she's early childhood developer. I'm sure she will agree with me. We need to inculcate environmental issues from day one in our homes and in the schools, rather than trying to push in homosexuality and lesbianism in the school curriculum.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Let's
you.
start environmental education from the basic level. Let's take the last question. Please, the last hand is here. It's at this side, rather.
Thank you very much. My name is Eugene. I think Doc has tied it all up for me.
Okay,
I think
thank you.
it's a matter of priority from the national level to the individual, like Dr. Gloria has been saying. We need to prioritize environmental sanity in our daily lives. We don't prioritize it, and because of that, our frameworks are some way, there are some areas, there are no viable structures. So I think that in all, if there's anything I've learned and I'm taking home, is that we need to prioritize our environment and how we are going to live in this world that we have. It's the only world we have. If it's gone, we are gone. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for my panel. I'll let them take just a few seconds closer remarks. I'm starting from you, Frank.
I think about a week ago, I wrote
Frank, 1 second.
Okay. So a week ago, I wrote an article on ESG from compliance to consequence. And I think the previous panel, they've made mention, they've just talked much more on that one. What we realize and the growing trend is that there are a lot of institutions that report on what they have done and what they continually do. There is still a gap. They've planted 1,000 trees, but we don't have a clue concerning how many of them died. We want to understand what really happened after the trees were planted. The number of people that were educated, literally, how many of them got employment? How many of them got back to gainful employment? Let me put it that way.
Sure.
We want to understand that as well.
Sure, thank you. That's a very critical question for businesses. Gloria, your 1 second.
Okay, so I would want to emphasize that waste is a resource. Let's all acknowledge that waste is a resource. It's not just about public health or sanitation issue anymore. It's more of a climate issue also, and it's an economic opportunity for you and I. But let's first start with ourselves. Let's have an attitude and behavioral change and start from home. Green or sustainability can be done from home. Let's embrace when the government rolls out all of these strict compliance and rules, let's embrace and then make our planet a better place for us to stay.
Let's embrace them. Thank you very much. Mohammed, your 1 second.
For me, businesses should be able to see ESG as the foundation to their growth and development, because businesses do not operate in vacuum. If we take into consideration the environmental aspect, the social aspect, and the governance aspect, I'm sure our businesses will thrive whilst achieving the overarching goal of sustainability. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. Prof, you have your 1 second.
So I will say that we will get there. We will get there with this sustainability, environmental protection, and all these issues. We'll get there. You know, Ghana has a very powerful media, and people listen a lot to the media. And I think it's a powerful tool. Gradually, we'll get there. When we heat it up, I think we'll get to a level where it will be part of our lives. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. With my 1 second, I want to say thank you very much, panel, for making time to discuss this important topic. And please clap for yourself. Thank you very much for paying attention and to contributing to the conversation. I hand over to Sandra, and I'm Juliet Selassie Etepes. Glad doing this with you. Panel, we take a group picture.
Okay. Please, Dr. Akola, please, can you join them for the group picture? Okay. So as they are taking the picture, we'll take our closing remarks. And to do that for us is Mr. Francis Bochedazi. He is the finance manager of Business and Financial Times. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause. Please, he's coming. Let's still clap for him.
Thank you. It's an interesting conversation, isn't it? We have all enjoyed the conversation. And on behalf of the management of Business and Financial Times, I want to thank our panelists and each and everyone who made it a point to join us in today's discussion. We are grateful. The conversation about environment is an interesting one and a critical one as well, because it underpins our very existence as humanity. We all saw in Erastus's presentation the wanton damage that has been done to the environment from which people are profiting. The question is, do we want to allow people to cause this damage, profit from it, while the entire universe suffers? I'm sure your answer is as emphatic as mine. No. So what do? We all must have it at the back of our minds that this environment was protected by generations who lived before us. And so we also owe it a duty to do same for future generations. We all have something to do to protect the environment, and let's get to work and do it. To our sponsors, Jospon Group of Companies, Goyle, and Goldfields Ghana, we say a very big thank you. Anytime we knock on your door, you open and you don't turn your back on us. We are grateful. To our media partners, TV3, Asasi Radio, and City FM, we say a very big thank you. The conversation doesn't end here. We hope that it is going to continue even after this program, and we will all achieve what we want at the end of the day. We say a very big thank you to everyone for coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, before I conclude, I would love that all the speakers come up here so that we take a group picture. All the speakers from the beginning. Please kindly come up here so that we take a group picture. Please, including the panelists.
Established in the year 1995, the Jospon Group of Companies has become a major source of innovation and sustainability across Africa. The group is dedicated to driving development across diverse sectors and has 60 subsidiaries with the vision of being the most successful holding company and a mission of improving the lives of people. The subsidiaries are categorized into 8 dynamic clusters to provide focused and efficient operations. The Environment and Sanitation Primary Cluster, the cornerstone of our operations. This cluster is vital for effective waste management and sanitation services across Africa. Leading this charge is Zoom Lion Ghana Limited, the largest waste management company in West Africa. From public cleansing to waste collection and transportation, we prioritize maintaining clean, healthy public spaces and promoting sustainable living. Our waste collection services span residential and commercial sectors, employing cutting-edge technology and skilled personnel for efficient, eco-friendly operations. Emerging from this foundation is the Environment and Sanitation Processing Cluster. Key companies like Integrated Recycling and Compost Plant, IRECOP, Accra Compost and Recycling Plant, ACAP, Kumasi Compost and Recycling Plant, KCAP, engage in sorting waste into organic, plastic, and combustible materials. Sewerage Systems Ghana Limited treats and transforms wastewater into usable components. From these, we produce compost, recycled plastics, and alternative fuels, and enhancing resource efficiency. This cluster is also home to our unique medical waste facilities, which uses a microwave technology to process medical waste, safeguarding public health and safety. Others include Zoil Services, Dredge Masters, and Zoomlion Waste
Sustainability is not a destination, it is a continuous commitment. The conversation we've had today must translate into action tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I am Sandra Ejewa Otu, a business journalist with the Business and Financial Times. Thanks for coming.